Good morning and welcome back. The time is now 8:30 a.m. and I would like to call the June 23rd, 24th, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council back to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Marcy Grill,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yeah, I'm here.
Jordan Truitt, Cindy Condon,
Here.
Perry Chalktoot,
Here.
Ann Byer.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For council members and anyone addressing the council, please remember to state your name clearly and please do not use the speakerphone feature as it will create feedback. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. If you would like to address the council, please do not use the speakerphone feature because it will create feedback. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item G, public comment period, there are 3 ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a registration card available on the table and submit it to Sarah Esterson. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We will go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says Sign up for emails updates. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool in any documents by visiting our website. Energy Facility Siting Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. Our first agenda item is approval of the May minutes, and it's my understanding we are going to delay that until the July meeting.
I just wanted to confirm that I think the minutes got out a little bit late, and I don't think council members had an opportunity to fully evaluate them. So just looking for kind of head nods, which case we will continue that until the July meeting.
I'd say yes, we are all nodding yes. Okay, well then, Mr. Secretary, if you would please provide your secretary report.
Madam Chair, first I want to talk about the agenda today. So yesterday, based on a request, council continued the carbon rulemaking public comment period. So we had agenda item H was the potential for council to make a decision on that rulemaking today. That's not going to happen. That was a anticipated 45-minute agenda item. So what that means is obviously that won't happen, but it will put us about 45 minutes ahead on the agenda. Unfortunately, the hearing officer, Kate Triana, for the Nolan Hills project is not available till 12:30. We've tried to reach out to her to see if she was available earlier. So because that puts us 45 minutes ahead, we may have to have an extended break between agenda item, well, prior to the, I think it's agenda item K, the Nolan Hills, where we'll hear the applicant's response to comments. So just as a heads up, we may need to take an extended break, probably around 11:30. Okay. Moving forward, I have a couple of updates on staffing and council. So first of all, I'm happy to welcome Ann Byer, our newest council member. So Ann was confirmed on June 10th. Today is her first meeting, although she was on 2 meetings ago in April. She was tracked the whole meeting online, and then for May, she tracked some of it and then saw the recording afterward. So I think she has a good handle on what's going on today. Ann lives in Bend and was most recently the Community Development Director for Crook County. So welcome, Ann. Next, we have a new member of the Siting Division. I'm happy to welcome Elizabeth Boba. So Liz started on Tuesday. This is her first week as well. So Liz is an operations and policy analyst who will be working almost entirely on compliance. So we've had Liz's position available to us for this biennium, so for the past year, but only recently did we determine we had enough work to justify filling the position. So we did that, we filled it, and happy to have Liz on board. Liz has both a bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering from Iowa State University. And among other things, including owning a bakery, has been an environmental health and safety manager, where she maintained and drove environmental health and safety compliance for a large-scale ethanol production facility. So welcome to Liz as well. And then last on the kind of staffing updates is we are still looking to replace Chris Clark as the Operations and Policy Analyst 3, the rulemaking coordinator. So we're hopefully nearing the end of that recruitment process. So I hope to have a update to council on that soon. And I know Chris hopes to have an update on that soon as well. Unless there's any questions on that, I'll move on to project updates. Okay, seeing none. I do have some updates on the CARDI Amendment number 3. So the facility is owned by Portland General Electric. The existing facility is comprised of two major components. The first is an operational 450 megawatt combined cycle natural gas fueled electric generating power plant and the relating and supporting facilities associated with that. And the project is located in both Morrow and Gillum counties. The second component, which is the subject of Amendment number 3, is the yet to be constructed 50 megawatt solar component, which includes electrical collector systems, 2.25 to 3 mile, 34.5 kV transmission line, and the project is approximately on 315 acres. That portion of the project is located entirely within Morrow County and almost immediately south of the CARDI generating facility and the Boardman coal plant, which has ceased operation. Amendment number 3 seeks council approval for a 3-year extension to both the construction commencement and completion deadlines for the solar farm. This change would make the new construction commencement deadline be February 4th, 2025. So they would have to begin construction prior to that. And the new construction completion deadline, February 4th, 2028. As part of their request, PGE also requested the amendment be reviewed under the Type B review process. So there are no other changes associated with this amendment request. On June 7th, the department determined that the amendment request was complete. On June 17th, the department determined that Type B review was justified. And on that same day, issued the draft proposed order recommending council approve the request and included a public notice with a deadline, a comment deadline of 5 p.m. on July 12th, 2022. So coming up at the conclusion of the comment period, we'll evaluate any submitted comments, evaluate changes, what changes need to be made in the proposed order, if any, and we will issue the proposed order. We fully anticipate having the council's review and possible decision on the July meeting. Next, I have an update on the Boardman to Hemingway project. And just in case everybody didn't know, so whenever we have contested cases, Sarah is the staff lead on the contested cases. It's a team effort like everything else, but she's the lead. So I'm going to hand this over to Sarah to give an update on Boardman to Hemingway.
Thank you, Todd. Good morning. I apologize for the way that my voice sounds, so bear with me. I am going to share my screen. Is that the way that it has to look? Okay. So just as a quick overview, the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line project is a 300-mile, 500 kV transmission line that would cross 5 counties. Those counties are Union, Baker, Malheur, Umatilla, and Morrow. This application has been under review for quite some time, but it is currently in the contested case phase. which is one of the 7 phases of the citing process. It is the phase that is one step before council's review of the proposed contested case order and the proposed order and the opportunity to take final action to decide whether to approve or deny the site certificate. The contested case is very similar to a lawsuit. It has very similar steps and is run by a third-party hearing officer. So in this instance, it was a council-appointed hearing officer from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Her name is Allison Green Webster. And she most recently issued her proposed contested case order on May 31st. And so I just want to give you a little bit of overview before I jump in to the details. This contested case had 42 contested case issues that were granted. Those issues covered over 11 council standards. It had over 25 limited parties that were granted standing. And in addition, the department was a party and Idaho Power Company as the applicant. We've been in the contested case process for nearly 2 years. It was the most complex contested case in FSEC history, complex due to the volume of participants, issues, materials that were introduced during that contested case proceeding. And so we want to do everything we can to get you ready for the next steps because it's going to be overwhelming. On that note, given what I've just laid out, I did want to take an opportunity to thank staff that have worked tirelessly to get this project through the contested case, or I shouldn't say through, but just manage that process. And so special thanks to Kellen Tardyweather, who is the lead analyst on the project and has really been managing the project since she started, which has been nearly 5 years. And Chris Clark has been instrumental in helping us evaluate issues. And then, of course, our legal counsel at the Department of Justice, Patrick Rowe. So, and Todd has also been very helpful. So we absolutely couldn't have done this without each other. It was long nights, long weekends, holidays, pretty painful. So, you received an email from Kellen on June 21st that included the proposed contested case order. That proposed contested case order is available on our project webpage. And so we'd like you to start getting familiar with that to the extent you have time. I'm going to show you the proposed contested case order on my screen. And just want to help you understand how to navigate the document. It's 338 pages. It is called an order, but it is not in the same order and organization of the orders council issues or that we draft for council review. And so it could potentially be confusing to navigate. So you can't really see my screen very easily in the room, but on this side is a tab that is a bookmark tab. You can click on that. By clicking on that, you can see how the document is organized. Everything on this left-hand column is a header. So the headers that you need to be familiar with are, so let's start down here. This is remaining issues for the contested case is a header. That's where all of the 42 contested case issues are listed. And those issues have an issue statement. So that issue statement establishes the scope of what was evaluated. So that's on page 30 of the document. So you have to get through 30 pages before you know what are the issues that we're even evaluating. Those are just issue statements. And then, about on page 38 are her findings of fact. And these are organized by standard. So let's say that we have 3 issues that are evaluated under the Fish and Wildlife Habitat Standard. She has organized the facts that she believes are facts that have been submitted as evidence in the contested case proceeding by standard. So it's not totally linked to the issue, but it does fall in order. It's just, again, a little difficult to know exactly how everything is correlated, but it's generally in the same order as the issue statements flow. Then on page 139 are her conclusions of law. And that's just a statement. It's her conclusion of the issue. So there's no analysis there. It's just the final conclusion for each issue. Then you have to go down to the opinion piece on page, which starts on 143, and that lays out her analysis of the facts and legal arguments for each issue. So again, this is very different from how we organize issues and evaluation. So do let us know if you have questions once you have a chance to get into it. Then in this section that's called order, which is about almost near to the end, is where she has recommended conditions that differ from those the department recommended in the proposed order. So these are things, recommendations on how certain issues could be resolved with a condition. And those are only for a few of the issues. This on page 306, there's something called Appendix 1, and this is an index of the evidence that was submitted for each issue. We are organizing folders that follow this appendix that will make available for you in your OneDrive account, so that now she has footnote reference to these things. So if you wanted to go and look, you should be able to see what did she rely upon for those conclusions, why or why not. We'll have that all available for you to look at for your reference, as well as we're making the same thing available for Jesse Ratcliffe, who's counsel to counsel, as we prepare for July and the subsequent meetings associated for this project. And I think that's really the summary that we wanted to make sure. We're trying to make very clear that the same information that the hearing officer evaluated and relied upon is made available for counsel. So the next steps occur on next Thursday, June 30th, is the deadline for limited parties and parties to file exceptions to this order. And then 2 weeks after that, July 15th, is the deadline for anyone who wants to respond to those exceptions. Those exceptions and responses to exceptions will be combined into a logical organization provided to council, as well as Jesse. And then, again, as we start to roll through, we'll try our best to organize this in a way that you can easily sift through and have the ability to make your own decision on these issues and on the project. So if you do have any questions about this information, feel free to contact Kellen, myself, Todd, on where information is at or how you're supposed to use it. So, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah. I was told I need to speak more clearly into the microphone. While we've got it up there, sorry, can you show how to get the tab, to the headings?
Okay, so this is what it would look like when you open it, and then there's this, it looks like a ribbon. So you would click on the ribbon, and that, so if you're not seeing this sidebar when you open PDF, you don't see that?
Oh, but we can do it later.
Okay,
but,
okay.
I just thought I missed it. But I don't have the sidebar.
Oh, okay. Can you?
You're unmuted if you want to go ahead and ask your question or raise since your hand is raised.
Oh, it is. Sarah, can I, for the record, this is Kellen Tardyweather. I just had a couple. I don't want to cut you off, Sarah, if you were.
No, you're fine.
I just, for the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Oregon Department of Energy. Hello, Chair, members of the council. Good morning. I just wanted to do a couple notes on this. If you want to open up your headers, Sarah. So this is Appendix 1, which is the additional admitted evidence. I had missed it, and some folks, some members some limited parties pointed out, there's also Appendix 2, which I missed, and I didn't do a header for it. And it is admitted evidence that came through a phase in the contested case called the motion for summary determination. So that is also there. I just wanted to point that out. This will also be provided in the folders on a shared OneDrive. Further, and Sarah, go up to the very beginning, the history of the contested case. So the Appendix 1 and Appendix 2, we're compiling and doing the best to provide all of the information in there. However, there's other documents like the hearing officer's rulings throughout the contested case, as well as the closing briefs and response to closing briefs. And those aren't in the added evidence table, but there's still documents, there's still documents associated with the contested case. And you can kind of see the little headers under history of the case. You're also going to get a folder that has not all of the rulings, but basically the important things that she talks about through this kind of narrative of what happened. So you will also have a folder with those rulings, the closing briefs from the parties and limited parties, etc. And then if there's any members of the public or if any council members access the proposed contested case order via the web page, the headers, you have to kind of go to the top bar. It's going to look a little bit different, but I do recommend folks save the proposed contested case order as a PDF on your computer so you can navigate it off of the computer. It's a little bit easier there. And that's that. Those are my notes.
Hanley was going to go.
Thank you, Marcy. This is Hanley. Sarah, my question is, I heard a reference to July. Can you tell us what's proposed for the agenda for July?
Right now, what we're forecasting without knowing the extent of exceptions or response to exceptions is that we would initiate council's review of the proposed order, focusing on standards that weren't implicated in the contested case so that you can go through and, if you have additional comments, concerns, issues, we can address those. And then it would be at subsequent meetings that we would start review of the proposed contested case order and the other standards with the combination of issues that were in contested case versus not.
Thank you. Kent?
Sarah, I was just going to ask if you were giving the deadlines next month for people to file their exceptions to the order that the hearings officials issued. And wouldn't that kind of extend that role of the hearings official to deal with those, or those exceptions are something we're going to deal with? Okay, thank you.
Yes, for those that can't read my head nod.
Just to preview with maybe a little more detail in terms of the steps. So as Sarah said, in July, council, Kellen will provide the standards that were not part of the contested case. So, we'll obviously send you the proposed order. It's also on the website. So you can begin reviewing the proposed order at any time, recognizing, again, we're not going to be looking at all of that, but she'll be presenting that and then, asking you if you agree with everything, that in those standards, or if you have any material changes that you would like to make. And so we'll make note of that. It won't be a vote, but it'll just be really a straw poll. In terms of the next steps, we're waiting to see the number of exceptions that are filed. It's really impossible to determine how many meetings, how much time until we know there's a lot of issues. So we're going to wait to see how many exceptions are filed and then the responses to those exceptions. And then we'll begin reaching out to council members. So we will need to be outside of the regular council meetings probably to be able to deal with this in some reasonable, shorter fashion. But again, until we know what that universe of exceptions are, we won't know sort of what the time hours look like and how many actual days. So July is set. We know what that is. We don't need to know the exceptions for that. But beyond that, we'll be reaching out to council members to, with some series of potential dates to try to schedule those. And really what it is Jesse will then will provide an overview of all of the issues in the contested case, as well as the exceptions and responses to exceptions. And then Kellen will kind of follow up on any of those issues related to those standards that aren't part of the contested case. So Fish and Wildlife, there are exceptions or issues in the contested case, but not everything around Fish and Wildlife is in a contested case. So Jesse will handle the contested case portion. Kellen will then handle the non-contested case portion. So again, that could take a day, that could take 2 days. We don't know at this point. Following that, we'll have an exceptions and material change hearing, meaning any of the limited parties have an opportunity to provide oral comment to council. Again, we'll have to figure out, is that 1 day, is that 2 days? And then that will be finally followed up with the council's evaluation, deliberation, and final decision. So, 3-4 meetings maybe is sort of what we're looking at right now, but we really have to sort of look at all of the information that we have and then try to play that out into some kind of schedule and time frame.
Do we have any time thresholds that we have to meet as a part of those 4 or 5 meetings?
Not really. So, there's nothing driving it other than, we really don't want to wait like on every regular council meeting, because then that'd put it out, another 4 or 5 months. So, but again, it's summer, we have to look for council's availability. So there's sort of a lot of moving parts to put together to make sure that this happens, in a as efficient time frame as we can.
Best for us to kind of wait till Mr. Ratcliffe kind of focuses us in on what the issues are that we need to be focusing on? Or is it best to start getting familiar with the 348-page document from the hearings official?
My recommendation is getting comfortable with the document already. He's going to go through all of those issues. Regardless of whether there's exceptions to them, he will go through all of those issues that were part of the contested case. So I don't know that you need to read every single word of that document, but I think kind of going through it, seeing what the issues are, understanding the conclusions that the hearing officer has made on all of the issues, I think will be helpful. And then similarly, you can look at the proposed contested case order, see what the standards are, kind of implicated in that. Then I think you can also go and start looking at the proposed order in preparation for July, but just those standards that are not part of the contested case. So you don't need to review the entire proposed order, just the standards not associated. And we'll tee that up, actually. We should probably send an email which clarifies which of those standards are, so you don't have to be kind of guessing and connecting the dots.
Marcy, Kent, I'll just remind you that you have to chair. Okay.
And just a reminder to council members as well. So because the staff, the department, we are a party to the contested case. This was entirely appropriate because we're talking about where to find the information, how to navigate it. We cannot answer any questions about anything specific in the contested case. In the proposed order unrelated to the contested case, we can have those conversations, but anything in the contested case, Jesse Ratcliffe is your counsel on that, and it would be most appropriate to contact him directly. Unless there's any more questions on that, I just have one last item.
Nancy, I hate to do this to you, but I am going to want this in hard copy. Just so that you have time.
And then my last item is the next council meeting is July 21st and 22nd. We don't believe we need 2 days, but we'll have to look at the agenda again because the carbon got pushed off to July. We also have the 2 other rulemakings. We have Kellen giving the presentation on the Boardman Hemingway proposed order. So We definitely will need Friday, the 22nd, but we'll again look a little more closely and make sure we don't need the Thursday as well. So just wanted to verify that all council members are available, or if not, please let us know so we can make sure that we at least have a quorum.
Mrs. Marcy, do we have a location for this meeting?
We are anticipating here in Salem again, but we needed to run the agenda and the location by you, Madam Chair. Okay. Great. Okay. Councilmember Chalktooth, are you available on July 22nd and then possibly on July 21st as well?
I believe so.
Okay.
I have to
thank
check
you.
my calendar, get back to you.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we do have a quorum. With that, that concludes my secretary report, unless there are any questions.
Any questions for Todd?
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is the State Line Wind Project Proposed Order on Request for Amendment 7 of the Site Certificate. This is an action item. We have Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst, to present to us. Chase, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm not going to touch that as much as I want to. Let's see. Good morning, Chair Grail, Vice Chair Howe, members of the council. For the record, my name is Chase McVeigh Walker, a senior siting analyst with Oregon Department of Energy's Siting Division. My presentation this morning is on agenda item E, and it's your review of the proposed order on request for Amendment 7 to the State Line Wind Project Site Certificate. For this presentation today, I will provide council with a facility overview, including a description of the approved facility, facility location, and site certificate history. Then I'll discuss the procedural history on request for Amendment 7. Following the procedural history, I'll move into describing and discussing the changes that were incorporated between the draft proposed order and proposed order, which were administrative, purely administrative. And I'll conclude the presentation today by turning it over to council for a final deliberation and decision. The State Line Wind Project consists of 2 operational units with a combined peak generating capacity of 222 megawatts. State Line 1 and 2 is composed of 186 wind turbines and has a peak generating capacity of up to 123 megawatts. Van Sickle 2 consists of 43 wind turbines with a peak generating capacity of 99 megawatts. There are 2 certificate holders with the State Line Wind Project site certificate based on these 2 geographic units of the facility. State Line 1 and 2 is one of the units and Van Sickle 2 is the other. The certificate holder for State Line 1 and 2 is FPL Energy Van Sickle LLC or State Line, sorry. FPL Energy Van Sickle LLC. And the certificate holder for Van Sickle 2 is FPL Energy State Line 2 Incorporated, both of which are wholly owned subsidiaries of NextEra Energy Resources LLC. Related or supporting facilities to the Van Sickle or to the State Line Wind Project include a power collection system, Met towers, operation and maintenance buildings, a substation, and an interconnection transmission line, as well as permanent access roads. I know this map, I'm gonna actually get up and adjust the layout. Okay. On this slide, you can see a figure, a map of the facility, and the facility itself is located in Umatilla County, north and east of Helix, Oregon. The towns closest to the facility are Helix, Oregon, and Touche, Washington. The council issued a site certificate for the State Line Wind project on September 14th, 2001, and has subsequently amended the site certificate 6 times, with the most recent amendment approved by council in January of this year, 2022. And just a recap on Amendment 6, which was approved by council in January. The 6th amended site certificate included a repowering of the existing 43 Van Sickle 2 wind turbines, and that repowering would include replacing the blades and nacelles, and would result in an increase in the maximum blade tip height, and would reduce the minimum ground, and it reduced the minimum ground clearance as well. And lastly, it increased the repowering would increase the generating capacity per turbine. And Amendment 6 also included a proposal to construct 50 megawatts of battery power. Request for Amendment 7, much like request for Amendment 6, is specific to the Van Sickle 2 geographic unit, and therefore was submitted by FPL Energy Van Sickle LLC, FPL Energy State Line 2. And request for Amendment 7, the certificate holder in request for Amendment 7 seeks approval from council to amend the approved turbine specifications, specifically the minimum above ground blade tip height and the hub height for repowered wind turbines if repowered. The proposed wind turbine specification would the proposed wind turbine specification changes would result in a decrease in the minimum above ground blade tip height from what was approved in January, which was 59 feet, down to 50 feet, and would increase in hub height from 295 feet to 315 feet. Additionally, request for Amendment 7 included an amendment to condition 137, sub A and sub C. And that condition would need to be amended to incorporate the proposed change to the turbine specifications. And as I have noted here on the bottom of this slide, the proposed changes to the above ground blade tip height and the hub height would not increase the maximum blade tip height of the turbines at the facility. This figure is a zoomed in figure representing the Van Sickle 2 unit. And on this figure, the green triangles, I know it's hard to see, but the green triangles represent the wind turbines themselves. And the teal turquoise dotted line that runs northwest is the overhead transmission line. And the hatched black and white line represents the site boundary itself. Okay. And if at any point council has any questions for me, don't hesitate to ask. This slide is our procedural history. And I apologize, this is RFA 7 procedural history, not RFA 6. Didn't catch that, sorry. The department received the preliminary RFA for RFA 7 on April 19th, 2022. And following our review, we deemed the amendment complete on May 12th, 2022. And we received a complete request for Amendment 7 also on May 12th. On May 13th, the department issued its DPO recommending that council approve RFA 7, as well as we issued the determination that type B review for this amendment request was justified. Additionally, on that same day, May 13th, the department issued a notice of public comment period on the amendment request and on the DPO itself. The comment period extended 24 days from May 13th through June 6th. No comments on the DPO or on the RFA were received during that comment period. And I think I will just go into, well, and we're here today, June 24, for council's review of the proposed order. And but I did want to briefly describe the differences between the type A review, amendment review, and type B amendment review. Council rules describes the differences in review process for type A and type B review paths. The type A review is the standard or default amendment review process for changes that require an amendment. One of the key procedural differences between the type A and type B review process is that type A review requires a public hearing on the DPO and provides an opportunity to request a contested case proceeding on the department's proposed order, whereas a type B review does not. There's no DPO hearing nor the opportunity to request a contested case. Another difference between the type A and type B review process relates to the time afforded to the department in making its determination of completeness on the amendment and issuance of the DPO itself. This next slide is an overview of the proposed order and a summary of the changes made from the DPO to the proposed order. As mentioned at the forefront of my presentation, the changes made in the proposed order were administrative. There were updates made to the introduction section, as well as section 2 of the proposed order, which is the amendment process section. And lastly, administrative updates made to the scope of review of the request for amendment section, which is section 3. The proposed order itself was provided to council as attachment 1 of the staff report for this agenda item. So that's agenda item E. And that was provided 2 weeks ago. On to the next. For this presentation to council, and as I presented in the proposed order itself, the department wants to note that although a full review of all applicable standards was conducted and presented in the proposed order, the department concluded that the changes proposed in RFA 7 would not result in impacts necessitating new or amended site certificate conditions, and that to the extent applicable, previously imposed conditions would continue to minimize potential impacts under the following applicable standards and requirements listed on this slide. With that, The department does not plan on discussing these standards any further during the presentation today. However, if council has specific questions about any of these standards, the department would be glad to discuss. Then the following 3 slides provide the department's substantive changes, and I'll go into that now. So this is moving into your review of the proposed order and the standards that the department substantively evaluated in the proposed order. For the general standard of review, the department recommended council amend condition 137 to remove the wind turbine dimension specificity and rather rely instead upon council's mandatory condition in Division 25. The mandatory condition, which is Division 25 0006 sub 3 sub A, this mandatory condition requires that the facility be designed and constructed substantially as described in the site certificate. The existing site certificate condition 137, contains a summary of wind turbine dimensions based on the current condition and if repowered. This recommended approach to remove the specific dimensions from 137 would remove the automatic site certificate amendment triggered by the existing condition, and would allow some flexibility in the future if a change is minimal enough that impacts to resources protected by council standards would not occur. And on this screen, I have the department's proposed strike through an amendment to the condition, which removes the specific height requirements found in A and C, well, and B. For the land use standard, the department recommended in the proposed order that council find that Umatilla County has not adopted any specific standards or code provisions that would apply to dimension changes proposed in RFA 7. No amended or new conditions were recommended. The last standard that I'm going to be going over today is the public health and safety standards for wind energy facilities. And for this standard, the department recommends council find that there are adequate codes and engineering evaluations that apply to the evaluation of minimum above ground blade tip clearance and hub height to ensure continuation of minimal health and safety impacts to the public from blade or tower failure if the turbines are repowered, and that the change in minimum above ground blade tip clearance would not warrant any new or changes to devices, systems, or design layout. And with that, unless there are additional questions or comments, I will move into council's decision on the proposed order. And the department recommends council adopt the proposed order as the final order and grant issuance of an amended site certificate. So I'll leave it there for you, Chair Grail.
Thank you, Chase. Are there any questions or comments for Chase?
Madam Chair, this is Hanley. Chase, in the proposed order that I have a copy of, it references a condition 137. And on page 7, it just says there's no preceding reference to condition 137. It just says 137. Say that it's a condition 137.
Hmm.
So I guess it's line 39. I guess I would just suggest that you add the word condition in there so that it's clear. I think it's fairly clear because it is referenced later as the condition 137, but very first reference doesn't call it a condition. It just calls it by number. So, might add that.
Councilmember Jenkins, can you indicate the page number?
Sure, it's on page 7 and it's line 39 of the proposed order. Does that match what you have?
What's that?
Does that match what you have?
I don't have it up in front of me right
Okay.
now, but I was just,
Okay.
in case, so I assume that if somebody makes a motion, they're going to make a reference to that to make that change in the final order. And so I just wanted to get that clear for the motion language.
Any other questions, comments?
Sure, I'll give it a try. Madam Chair, this is Hanley. I move that the council adopt the proposed order as the final order and issue the 7th amended site certificate for the State Line Wind Project and include addition of the word condition preceding, so it'd be on page 7, line 39, and it would read amended condition 137.
Thank you, Hanley. Second.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Kent, and I'll second.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Perry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Chase.
Madam Chair, this is Patrick Rowe.
Yes, Patrick.
Councilmember Byers' vote on that action item was not audible for those of us that are participating remotely. And so I suspect that means it's not going to be audible on the recording. You may want to redo that and make sure that her microphone is on.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, so there's always, and myself included, there's always just a split-second delay when you turn on the microphone and when you speak. So, I think it's just sort of give it just a pause for a second and then just lean into the microphone. And then that way it'll ensure it catches. So just for the voice vote on that, so I'll recall that. So Ann Byer,
For the record, Ann Byer, yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next agenda item is a demo of mapping and reporting tool from Wally Adams, Odo Operations and Policy Analyst. He will present a demonstration of the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment Mapping and Reporting Tool. Good morning, Wally.
Good morning, Council and Chair Grill. Just need a second here to get set up and to start sharing my screen. When we're totally remote, we don't have to have the time to physically switch places. Okay, thank you again, and good morning. So about a year ago, actually, I did a presentation on the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment project to council, and I'll give you a brief refresher on the project. But at the time, we said that part of the project was to develop a mapping and reporting tool, and that is now done and has been launched, and that's really the purpose here today, and we'll jump into that pretty quick and show you the tool, which I think the project team has called it the capstone deliverable for the project. I've called it the crown jewel. I mean, I think you'll like it. It's pretty neat. As we go into this, I want to extend some special thanks to the military for providing the funding for the project. And we have Kim Peacher on the line, and I think we can actually see her too. So I'd like to give her a chance to introduce herself and say a few words.
Thank you, Wally. Can you hear me?
Yes, who can?
Okay, perfect. Good morning, Chair Grail, Vice Chair Howe, members of the council. My name is Kim Peacher. I am the Northwest Training Range Complex Community Planning and Liaison Officer. I am a civilian. I've been doing this about 11 years. And the other hat I wear is the civilian lead for the Northwest Department of Defense Regional Coordination Team, which brings together all of the military services in the entire Northwest, which includes Oregon and Washington. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present here today. We have really been working on this grant for several years. It's a significant step towards early notification and coordination with the military, including the Department of Defense, and really supports with providing transparency about where we're operate. And I think really opens the door to opportunities for future coordination and viability of our training as we all try to kind of coexist in this environment where, populations are increasing and renewable energy is growing with that. And with our critical assets, both air, land, and sea space in Oregon, this has really been a great opportunity in working with the staff to move strides in regards to coordination and foster compatible land, air, and sea use. So again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Kim. Appreciate that. Appreciate the funding that DoD provided for the project. So wanted to mention too, core member of the team is the Oregon State Institute for Natural Resources, or INR for short. They led the mapping tool development, did a fantastic job on it, I think, as you'll see.
That'd be awesome. You haul him over there for? All right.
Excuse me, this is Chair Grail.
Okay.
Someone needs to please put his or her
Let's
phone
start.
on mute. Harry, could you please put your phone on mute?
I'm not using a phone.
Okay, so I'll continue. This slide just covers the goals for the ARESA project overall. Of course, Kim talked a little bit about DoD goals. Project goals included creating relevant educational tools for stakeholders. And we're going to see, of course, the big one, the mapping tool, here in a minute. This shows you the major parts of the project. And again, I don't want to spend a lot of time going over these individually, but there was a renewable energy market and industry assessment that was done very early on, military needs and interest assessment. We looked at opportunities and constraints, and those first three were led by three different consulting firms that worked on the project. The fourth one, the siting procedures review, was something actually I led and put together for the team. And now we're into these very final phases, the outreach, and of course, the launch of this mapping and reporting tool that we'll see today. And the project is basically wrapping up at the end of this month. One other thing I wanted to mention, there is an ARESA report that has been issued, and you can find a draft of it on ODO's website. And I'll show you the website in a minute That's kind of a hub for the project and a good place to look if you're trying to find other information on the ERESA project. The draft of this report is out there on the website. So again, the mapping and reporting tool was developed by OSU INR. It is housed on the Oregon Explorer, which is for people in the planning and development business is, I think, pretty well known in Oregon as a place to go. It's a good repository for data and data layers associated with planning. The ERESA team, reviewed more than 600 data sets as part of the development of this tool. And then INR conducted some significant user testing with more than 100 participants. It was their largest ever engagement to test this before it was launched. So the tool itself has three main pillars or parts. There's an explore data function, which is where we'll go in a little bit. There's also a reporting function, which is aimed more at if you're a renewable energy developer and you're looking for a site that you can use in order to do that, and then get a report on the characteristics of the site that you've mapped out. And by the way, when you do that, that information is only available to you as the user. It's not stored anywhere. So, and that, of course, is a big concern for developers. They want to keep their information confidential for very understandable reasons until they're ready to release it. But there's no risk of that happening through the use of the tool. And then finally, there's a learn section as well, where you can find information on citing procedures, for example, and other things that would be relevant to the citing process. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch applications here so that we can do the demo. Okay, so what I'm bringing up first is just the ODA website, and I wanted to point out that if you scroll down a little bit over here on the right, you can see there's a link for the ERESA project. And a lot of information here on the project. But then if we scroll down a little bit, under key deliverables, you see ERESA mapping and reporting tool.
I have a quick question or really clarification.
Sure.
To make sure everybody's listening, you don't need any special software for this. It's just an online mapping tool. So you don't need GIS software or anything. You can access this just with a computer and access to the internet.
That is correct. And I think the only advice that they give is to use a modern browser. So, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Firefox are the three that the INR people have tested and know work with this. If you use something else, you may run into an issue. So thank you for pointing that out, Todd. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is the screen we saw earlier. I'm going to pick a different window here because I've got some things queued up that we will need for the demo. So if you go into the Explore section, you will see something like this. I'll zoom out a little because you're just starting out. In here, you're going to see a map of Oregon. What you're seeing there right now, those lines, so there are, of course, different map layers that you can turn on and off in here, and the one that we have turned on at the moment are transmission lines. So you can immediately see that. Zoom back in a little bit. The first thing I want to do And there are different ways to approach this because different people can use this tool for different purposes. Like I say, a developer might be, prospecting for a site. I'm approaching it from the standpoint, how would somebody within our siting group use it? How would they use it maybe if they were supporting FSEC? And of course, it would be looking at one of the projects that comes to us. So I have uploaded the site boundary for a new project that's in here. And I can click that data layer on now. And I just need to zoom in a little so that we can see it. And this is the Echo solar project. And we can make this look darker, or we can, change the transparency so that you can see the layers underneath. So you might wonder, well, how can you do that? How difficult is that to do that? So I'm going to upload a second project here just to show you that it's pretty simple. So there's an upload feature I just clicked on, and then it says choose files. Now these do have to be in a particular format. People who are familiar with GIS typically will know how to do this. And I'm picking another project that has not officially come to council yet, but maybe in the near future. And this is the Wagon Trail project. And I'm going to say upload. And then it just asks me what I want to name that. I think that name is fine. And I say proceed. It asks me if I want to customize anything. And there it is. So you can see this one fits really kind of like a jigsaw puzzle together with the Echo project. It's directly adjacent to it. So now that we've done that, let's take a look at some things related to this. And the first place I'm going to go is with the military layers, since the military funded this, and we've talked about or we should talk about the potential for conflicts with military uses. I want to click on some of those layers. So as I do that, bear with me just a second, because one of the things that I know is nearby is the Boardman geographic area of concern. So you can see up here at the top that we get some overlap here with one of these layers I just clicked on. So if you're using this, you might want to know, well, what is that exactly? And hopefully you can read that. And maybe I need to make that a little bigger. Sorry, off the one I wanted. There we go. So up here, when I click on that, you can see it highlights that layer and it tells you that's the Boardman geographic area of concern. So, if we're looking at a project like this, that's immediately going to tell us, the military needs to be contacted and aware that there's a project that is overlapping with one of their areas. Okay. So moving on from there, there are a lot of layers in here. We could end up doing this all day. I promise you we won't. There are a couple of things, though, that I want to point out. So one of them is under the energy infrastructure, you can see there's a layer in here for the Oregon Energy Facility Siting Council facilities. So if we click on that, lo and behold, all of our FSEC facilities come up. And as was the case before, we can make those a little darker or a little lighter. Another thing that may be of interest here. One, wind turbines. So if you were interested in seeing, for example, exactly where wind turbines are located, this layer has all of them. I'm going to decrease the darkness a little on the FSEC facilities. Obviously, it's going to overlap with a lot of that. But as we zoom in, you can actually see those individual points in here. Okay.
Molly, did that also show those on the Washington side, wind turbines? Kind of looked like I saw something on the Washington side.
It probably does, yeah. And, depending on where the data is coming from will, determine, the range of the data that we have. And of course, some of it's going to be outside of the Oregon borders. Okay, so again, I'm going to kind of put my siting analyst hat on and say, okay, we have this new project. What other things might we want to look at? I'm going to get back here to where we have our two projects showing. So how about wetlands? That's one. And there are different wetland layers that are in here. I have a few of them clicked on. And when I click on wetlands overall, you'll see things start popping up here. It's a transmission line. Let's see here. There we go. So now that we're zoomed in a little bit, and it's had a chance to load this layer, you can see, where it's showing any wetlands, and if we want to know, well, what are those? These are smaller sources. They're part of the streams and rivers layer that I'm clicking on and off. But it would be something that the analyst would want to make sure was being considered as we were looking at the effects of the project. And you can click on these data layers to get more information if you're curious about, well, what is that layer really? It gives you a good description of what's behind that. So the last one that I wanted to show you here is farmland. Since that always comes up, farmland and soil classifications. So if I click on farmland soil class, you can see this thing really lights up. And let's go out just a little bit. And you can see these are color coded. So this bright green says all areas are prime farmland. Got not prime farmland if drained, and so forth. So let's say, well, I'd like to know a little bit more about this bright green area. So if I click on this, I think I'm going to have to reduce my zoom a little, and we can zoom back in again if we need to. So I clicked on a point and then right click, and it comes up with this find data on the map. And when I do that, you can see I get this pop-up over here with farmland soil class, and it says farmland of statewide importance, and it highlights this area that's marked like that. If I want to know a little bit more about it, and I click on that arrow for more information, now I can actually see what that soil type is. I'll show you one more before we wrap this up. So that was farmland soil class. Let's look at irrigated soil class. And again, we get, you know, a pretty colorful view here. But let's click on one of these. That looks like it's overlapping with the project boundary and do the same thing. And here it says irrigated soil capability class, class 3. So that's, and then it gives you a description of what falls under that. And again, we've got the details on that particular area. So you get the idea. I mean, it's a technical tool, but it has tons of information in it. And, you know, as we talk to people, so these data layers that are in here, pretty much they're publicly available layers. And, you know, again, if you're in this business, you probably know where to look for these things and where to find them. But the thing that to me is really unique about the Saressa tool, it pulls them all together into one place. It's one-stop shopping. This tool is going to be maintained by INR. So Odo has basically signed up for a maintenance contract with INR to maintain this tool and make sure that the layers are kept up to date. You know, for example, as FSEC facilities are added, those will be added. As new layers maybe become available that would be relevant, those can be added, and the ones that are in there will be updated. So pretty powerful tool. Yeah, and I think that's about it. Again, I want to express our thanks to DoD for their funding and for the, more than the funding, the participation in the project. So Kim was great to work with on this project, as was Todd Farmer, who's her colleague, and he wasn't available to join us today, but both of them have been a huge help and have been big participants in this project and making it successful. We'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
Wally, Todd?
Yeah, just a couple of things to add. So, you know, I'd asked the question before just to make sure that everybody knew that you don't need, you know, any specific software other than, you know, an up-to-date web browser, as Wally talked about. So if you're your average person, they can access this information. But also, if you have GIS, you know, Wally showed that you can upload shape files into the system. You can also download them from the system as well. So, I mean, so if somebody, whether it's county or, you know, some other organization that actually has GIS, it can be very, very useful bringing, you know, again, uploading layers or downloading layers as well. So, you know, it's really available for your average person, but also I would say the more sort of sophisticated GIS users. The other thing that Wally and I actually just talked about is, you know, things can be overwhelming for people who don't have much background, and there's a lot of layers, there's a lot of detail. So I think we're going to have some discussions about, you know, whether it's like a video recording on how your average person can access and kind of march through this, or handouts. So I think as we move forward, because obviously we want to make our process as transparent as possible, and this is such a great equalizer of information. We want to make sure your average person can access and utilize this data readily. So we'll be working on those also tools to make it more accessible for people as well.
Quick question, maybe a stupid one. So protected areas that we saw, do those correlate at all with, for instance, our protected or what we would consider as protected areas? So as you analyze, is it all there?
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. I don't know if there's a layer specifically for FSEC protected areas. I'd have to look at that again, but I'm sure that the layers that are in there for protected areas do encompass the ones that are in the council's standards at a minimum and many more. And, you know, again, we could spend hours literally just going through all the layers that are in there. I mean, it's fascinating. You know, you find yourself going down rabbit holes when you go in here for that reason. But it's quite comprehensive. I will say that.
Ann Byer, just thank you again to the Department of Defense and Kim for her work shepherding this through. I was one of the original guinea pigs for local governments on this tool, and it's so exciting to see this come to fruition. I think some guidance for local governments and local GIS staff. I don't know that they know that there's such a powerful tool out here. So very excited to see this, and just to remind the public that play with this, you cannot break it. They have designed it so you can't break it. So kudos to the team for bringing this to fruition. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thanks, Wally. Our next agenda item is the public comment period. This is an information item. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that is not otherwise closed for comment. Items closed for comment include the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line project, which is in the contested case process, as well as the 2022 carbon standards rulemaking, protected areas rulemaking, and wildfire rulemaking. I will ask Nancy to take over to see if we have folks wanting to comment, and then if there's anyone in the room.
Madam Chair, I do not see any public comments on the line. Is there anyone in the audience who is ready to make a public comment? I do not see any hands raised.
Great. Well, let's just give it a minute and see if anyone's listening and decides to want to speak. Would you mind going over the rules for how to do so, please? I have it pulled up, Nancy. I can. It's okay. For those of you using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. Harry, have you been trying to get our attention?
Chair Grill, are you talking to me?
Yes, we just wanted to make sure we weren't missing you.
No, I'm on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, since there is no one on the phone or WebEx wishing to make comment, and I'll ask again for those in the room if anyone wishes to make any comment. Then we are going to close the public comment period at 9:55 a.m. So next we are due for a break, but with all of our changes, I'm going to look at Todd for any any assistance here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if council wants to take a break, you absolutely can. We are running about 30 minutes ahead right now on what we anticipated, rather 45 minutes ahead on the agenda, and that includes the additional time related to the agenda item H, the carbon dioxide emission standards rulemaking, where we have anticipated 45 minutes for that. So essentially, we're about an hour and a half ahead because that one's not going to happen. We did confirm that hearing officer Kate Triana will not be available until 12:30. So as previously she had indicated, so that's consistent with what we had anticipated. We just didn't anticipate being an hour and a half ahead of time. So with that, it's your preference whether you want to take a break now or continue moving forward and take a longer break later on.
We should sit here and deliberate.
Well, let's at least take a 15-minute break now and gather ourselves. So let's come back. Let's give ourselves 20. Let's come back at 10:15. Thank you.
Okay, so
Is now 10:17. This is Chair Grail, and we are going to resume our meeting at this time. The next item on our agenda is the annual workplace. It is an information item presented by Wally Adams, Odo Operations and Policy Analyst. He's going to present the Siting Division's 2022-2023 annual work plan. Wally?
Thank you, Chair Grail. Good morning again, members of the council. I'm Wally Adams, Operations and Policy Analyst. And as Chair Grail said, I'll be talking to you about the Siting Division's annual work plan.
you're presenting.
Thank you, Nancy. So I'll just share my screen. Okay, so for this topic, I'm going to give you a little overview of what the annual work plan is all about. We'll cover how we did on last year's work plan and then go into the work plan for this year for the 2022-23 fiscal year. And then finally wrap up by looking at some tasks that we want to do in the future. So each year, the Siting Division prepares an annual work plan. It's focused primarily on current process improvement activities. Again, we'll report on progress on our past activities, potential future tasks, and then the other thing it does is really provides a historical record of things that have been completed. I want to mention too that the tasks in the work plan should link to the imperatives in Odo's strategic plan. And I've got those imperatives listed here. That's something that's very important to the agency and to our mission. So looking at the tasks from, well, it's still the current year's work plan for a few more days. The first one is the FSEC program assessment. So this is the comprehensive assessment of the program that we are doing with a consultant. And it took us a little bit to get the scope on this worked out and then to get a consultant. We had to issue the RFP twice. We actually only ended up getting one bid. We got 0 bids for the first version of the RFP and only one for the second. But it was a qualified bidder. And so that consultant who bid was selected, the contract was awarded, and they are starting to work on the project. So we had a kickoff meeting on June 6th. They made an initial data request and are basically trying to get up to speed on what the department does and what the council does. I'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into the current year work plan. But the anticipated completion for the project is in the second quarter of 2023. So it is moving. The next task was public documentation review and updates, basically looking at all the publicly available information that we have, handouts, our web pages, applicant guides, and so forth. So it's partially complete and ongoing. The council member guides and public guides were updated last year, and these are the longest documents we have. The one that hadn't been updated was the applicant guide. So a draft of that is done. It's basically just under review, and then we'll push that out. And that should be, I would say, within the next week. The other thing that we've been working on is just having a matrix of all of our siting documents with the date of the last update and the frequency that they should be reviewed and updated. I'm working on that. But most of the documents that we have that are publicly available have been updated within the last year. The next item, performance metrics, that's going to be included in the scope of work for the FSEC program assessment. I'll talk about that just a little bit more, again, with this year's tasks. So then the last two from our 2021-22 work plan, the public comments portal, and that one is complete. So we have a portal where people can enter their comments online. I think much more importantly, we also have a docket where people can view the comments that others are making on projects. And that's launched. It's in use, basically from this point forward, as we receive comments on projects, they will all be posted on that comment portal and can be viewed by anyone. And then finally, the facilities map. This one, I will be very honest, for me has been, I think, the most frustrating. We've been working on this for a while, and the idea was to expand the scope of the online facilities map to include projects that are not under the jurisdiction of FSEC. And just to back up for a second, if you go to Oto's website, we have a map on there of all of the FSEC facilities that you can find, but it's only the FSEC facilities. And what we wanted to do was make that a little bit more comprehensive so people could get a better view of, particularly smaller scale, smaller utility scale projects or commercial scale projects, that those would be visible as well. And we've worked with IT on it, but our IT group is busy and they get a lot of things that are legislative priorities that they have to work on. And this one just never seems to get to the top of the list for them to really put a lot of effort in. The good news is I think we finally have a solution for that, and it's going back to the last agenda item that I just showed you, and it's the ARESA map, which already has really that data in there. The issue with the ARESA map, and Todd mentioned this earlier, if you're not at least a little bit familiar with GIS, it could be a little intimidating. If you're just somebody, you don't know GIS, but you want to see where the FSEC facilities are, for example, would you be able to do that? So, one idea we had, Todd mentioned, let's make a little video, just demo to show people how to do it. The other thing, I have already a meeting scheduled for next week with the folks at INR, and I'm going to talk to them about it and see, is there something they could do to make maybe a little simpler interface if somebody didn't want to get in and, use the whole ARESA tool and all the layers. Is there some way to at least get them in to see the site boundaries for FSEC facilities? So I'm going to
just do a quick comment on there for the record, Todd Cornett. So I got a message from Casey Ratcliffe, who works at the Department of Energy, and she's the project manager for the ARESA project. So she reminded me that there already is an automated report with that in mind to kind of help people, who aren't who are less familiar with this type. So I think what we'll do is we'll look at that also, see what that does, how well that works, and then see, what, if any, we need to go beyond that. But I think, to the point Wally is making that I made before is, I think it's, incumbent upon us to ensure that we can do whatever is necessary to make this as easy as possible for your average person to access. So, but it is important that they've already thought about that, which I did not remember. So we can go from there and build on that if necessary.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. Okay, before I move into the 2022-23 plan, I wanted to mention something else, and that's key items from our quarterly performance plan. So we do this annual work plan update once a year. Well, things move a little faster than that. And come up with new tasks and new ideas more than once a year, and of course we do. And the system that the agency has for this is basically these quarterly reviews and quarterly performance plans. So I plucked a couple of things from there that I thought were particularly relevant. One of them is on compliance. So we did really a formal process improvement exercise for compliance this year around incident reporting. How are incidents reported, and basically how do we respond when an incident is reported? And we did what I call a brown paper exercise. If any of you have heard of that, some people may call it process mapping. But we mapped what the existing process was, what was missing from that basically, and then mapped the new process that we wanted to follow and implement for that. We have an incident database now. That's part of that as incidents come in. In a more formal way that we respond also when an incident is reported by a certificate holder. So I thought that was a good win. And that little picture you see is that's the process map that came out of this. I know it's a little hard to read on here, but it's really just illustrative. Also under compliance, I have Scrum meetings. And so where that comes from, one of the things that we've been working on in the department is trying to improve how we manage projects. And Scrum meetings are a concept that comes from the Agile project management world. This is, it's a little different style, kind of newer style of project management. It's used in software development in particular, but anywhere where you're kind of doing discrete projects, you can use it. And we've been applying some of those tools. Scrum meetings are one of them. They're regular meetings that are held basically to coordinate activities in a group. And we started doing these for managing our projects, our site certificate projects. But then we pretty quickly also applied it to compliance. I actually feel like compliance is where it's fit better and where we've gotten more value out of it. So we do a weekly Scrum meeting around compliance, and we have a set agenda basically. And first thing, any incidents, following up and making sure those are getting closed out. The main part of it though is site visit planning. So our compliance officer, really where does that person spend most of their time? It's going out and visiting sites and making sure that they're complying with their site conditions. Well, it's important that we plan for those visits to make them as effective as we can. And there's coordination that's needed around that. So we do that. And then other compliance related tasks come up in that. But I feel like those have been very helpful, and hopefully compliance officer does as well. All right, let's move on from there and jump into the 2022-23 work tasks. So again, the first one on here, it's the program assessment, and this will be the big one again for this year. Just a couple other things on timing. Internal and external stakeholder outreach will happen in Q3. So we'll start with the internal, or the consultant will start with the internal. And they actually already have interviewed a couple of members of the siting team already. Once they're done with the internal stakeholder outreach, they'll move on to the external. A draft interim report is due in January. And then the final report and implementation plan is due in April. I just want to emphasize as well, I talked about this previously. For me, when you do a project like this, what does implementation plan mean? Implementation plan means here are the things that we've agreed we're going to do. What are the specific actions? Who's responsible, and what's the timing? And it's a key deliverable, because if you don't have that, then you're not going to really get results from the effort that you put into this. So I just want to say again that I'm going to personally make sure that that gets done, and we have a plan that we can implement when this thing is done. Performance metrics are a part of that, and that is actually scheduled to be done by the end of July. So that's something that we don't have to wait for the full assessment in order to get. And then the implementation I'm listing as a separate task. We don't know yet what that involves, but I'm sure it will involve some significant time once we have it. I did want to mention, if there are quick wins, things that we don't have to wait again till the end of the report, that we would work on implementing those sooner. And the mechanism that we'll have is, we do have a project steering committee, and once the steering committee has approved something, then we can go ahead and implement it. The public documentation review and updates. So we'll get the applicant guide pushed out, and we'll finish that matrix of citing documents. And then again, the facilities map, having a final solution for that. That's what we have on here for this year. We didn't really add any big new items for this year, because we're expecting a lot to come out of the program evaluation, and actually a lot of time to be spent on that one this year. So I guess in the interest of accountability, I'd say I put this next slide in here. So I'm going to talk about future work tasks, but there were several in here that I thought needed to be removed, but I didn't want to just remove them without saying that we were removing them. So I mentioned in here what they are. There was one for a condition tracking tool. We really have a format now established for our compliance plans, and we will review the workflow for drafting of new site certificates during our program evaluation. And that's really what that item was getting at. So I've pulled that out of future tasks. I think we'll complete the spirit of that one as we do the program evaluation this year. That pre-application packet update, that was really completed as part of the update to the applicant guide. And then the project boundaries, the agency actually had a project last year. We had an intern identify the boundaries for commercial scale solar projects. And those are really the big ones. I think that when you think about where do you want to see project boundaries that are of the highest concern, as part of transitioning from the current FSEC mapping tool to use the ARESA tool, we're talking with INR about uploading those boundaries as another layer into that tool so that you would be able to see those. And then, as I mentioned, their wind turbine locations are also included in that ARESA tool. So again, I think the spirit of that one is either done or will be done with other things that we're working on. Okay, and then future tasks. I think this is my last slide. Future tasks beyond this fiscal year. Number one, most importantly up here, I think we do need to do a formal evaluation, a program evaluation of the compliance program. And I'll say we debated pretty heavily whether that should be part of this current FSEC program evaluation or not. We decided not to do it as part of this one for a couple of reasons. One is the scope of what we're working on is already pretty big, and compliance is fundamentally different. It's pretty easy to break that out. I mean, we do within the group already as a separate work stream. But with that said, I think really taking a look at compliance, preferably with a consultant, is something that we should do following the conclusion of this current FSEC program evaluation. I'm going to skip over the middle two. You can read those yourself. The last one I wanted to mention, I think, is pretty important. In updating the applicant guide, there was an idea suggested by a couple of the siting analysts that I thought was pretty interesting. And, you know, basically what they were saying is that the applicant guide describes the process of how to obtain a site certificate, but it doesn't tell you really how to prepare the application for a site certificate. And they feel like there would be some value in creating a document that did that and gave basically developers a little better guidance on what do you need to have in your application so that their information that they're providing is a little more targeted and would maybe avoid some of the requests for additional information that we end up having to submit. So again, we don't have that on here for this year. This may come out as one of the items in our implementation plan from the program evaluation, but I think in any case, it's something that is worth doing. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Anden, thank you, Wally, for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions. And one is if you go back to the compliance slide in the work done now, and you've got the incident response, the incident reporting procedure.
Yes.
And just going back to, we had an issue last year with respect to dust.
Oh,
dust.
yes.
Yeah, and affecting adjacent property owners. Is there a time frame that is being built into this process? You know, the incident report or a complaint comes in, has to be responded to within so much time. Is that part of the process?
It is. So there are, and in our rules, there are requirements for reporting in some cases and when they have to report. What gets a little fuzzier is the timing for having something resolved. And so I think in the sense you're asking, we wouldn't have like a hard and fast time built in there. What I think is important though is that we know that there is a plan and that we're tracking that there's closure on these things. I think in the past that I'm not saying we weren't doing it, but I don't think we were as sure that we were doing it. But now, so, you know, if I go back to the Scrum meetings, what do we do in those? And the first thing, pull up the incident log and we look at what incidents are open and what should be happening on those. And there's a status in them. They're can be open or they can be closed, basically. So if they're not closed, then there's some action that we're still waiting on. And so we shouldn't allow things to fall through the cracks, at least with the way that we are tracking these now. And I would have not felt as good about saying that before we went through that exercise.
Okay, thank you. Just another question on the last item that you just talked about is the developing how council evaluates an application. How would you go about that as the council members change and might look for different information and the guidance that you give? I'm just
Yeah, I'd have to kick that one over to a siting analyst to answer, I think. I think I'm not the best person to answer that. I think it's a good question and will be one of the challenges in trying to prepare a document like that. But I think it can be done. We certainly should be able to. I mean, and I think from a developer standpoint, they would say, well, you know, if you can't provide some basic guidance that, you know, fall and give me some guardrails at least, then, you know, are we being consistent enough, or is the council being consistent enough in how applications are developed or evaluated? So I'm probably not answering your question real well, but best answer I can give you.
Well, the reason, if I can, the reason I asked the question is as council members come and go, we have different perspectives and whatnot, and that it's a document that is given to somebody as opposed to just counsel counsel from the analyst as to what's going on right now, unless that document is kept pretty darn current. I think it could be problematic.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. That's a great point. We'll have to be careful in putting it together, and you know, there'll be areas where maybe we can't give then a lot of guidance because it would be difficult to reflect change. I don't think we want to try to. Certainly, we're not trying to put something out that takes the place of the council evaluation. But again, it's more what information needs to be provided for the council to do their evaluation. You know, we're not, certainly don't want to get into the area of trying to give people, you know, legal advice on how to put together their application. We would steer clear of that. But thank you for that input and the wise warning.
Thank you.
Todd Cornett, I can address that to some degree as well. And I think the value, you know, of this idea is, you know, we see some patterns of consistent issues where applications are incomplete. And I think it's those areas where we can focus on to say, look, you know, we see more often than not, here's an issue that comes up where we're going to, you know, deem your application incomplete and ask for additional information. So if we could provide some better guidance to them, the idea is to get to completeness faster. And we can tell them, you know, how to better go about that. I mean, to Wally's point, absolutely, we have to be very careful that we're not providing, you know, legal advice or, you know, indicating if you get to this phase, that's tantamount to approval, because completeness is simply enough information with which to evaluate the request, not enough information to deem or to determine that the request can be approved. So that's really more for the value of the applicant and try to, you know, to resolve some of these consistent patterns of incompleteness that we see.
For the record, this is Marcy Grail. If I may, Cindy, what my suspicion is, it's the title, because it says how council evaluates versus complete.
Thank you, Chair Gurel. I was thinking the same thing as I reread that. I thought I got to rename that one. So
I would not have had a comment if that were the case. Thank you.
Comments or questions for Wally? Yes, Ann.
And Wally, thank you for the presentation. New to the game, so this is probably the wrong question, but the scope of the program assessment, is there an outline of that somewhere?
Thank you, Councilmember Byer. Yes, there is, and I'm sure it's in one of the folders from a prior council meeting, but I will find that and make sure that you get that so you can review it.
I'm just curious more than anything. Thanks much.
Question.
For the record, Todd Cornett, just one last point on this, and I think it's important is, so this is our, what we are planning to do. But I also want to make sure that it's clear to council members, if you have thoughts and ideas for us to work on that aren't on here, process improvement activities, related to anything for, applications, amendments for how the public participates, how we work with reviewing agencies, or, how we work with council and provide information to you, please let us know. I mean, this is the stuff that we see, but we're one component of this overall process. And we recognize that we don't know everything and we don't see everything. So should you have thoughts and ideas that aren't on here, please let us know.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ollie. The next item on our agenda is the Echo Solar Project appointment of special advisory group. This is an action item. We have Christopher Clark, Odo Senior Siting Analyst, who will recommend that the council appoint the Morrow County Board of Commissioners as the special advisory group under ORS 469480. Subsection 1 for FSEC proceedings related to the proposed Echo Solar Project. Chris, welcome.
All members of the council, for the record, my name is Christopher Clark, and I'm here for this agenda item in my capacity as a senior siting analyst. Excellent. Thank you for dealing with my technical issues. So I'm here today, as Madam Chair Grail said, to recommend that the council appoint the special advisory group for the Echo Solar Project. It's a quick overview of this project. The Echo Solar would be a 1.25 gigawatt solar photovoltaic power generation facility with up to 7.5 gigawatt hours of distributed battery storage capacity. The proposed site consists of 10,900 acres of predominantly cultivated EFU land in Morrow County. That's about 17 square miles. And the applicant is Echo Solar LLC, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Pine Gate Renewables LLC. I've included a vicinity map here. You can see the facility is located just to the south and east of the Boardman bombing range on State Highway 207. I've included another view here just to show the proposed facility site boundary in relation to other energy facilities in the vicinity. You can see the Wheat Ridge facilities in orange and yellow there. And as I think Wally showed in his presentation, the site boundary kind of interlocks with the proposed Wagon Trail Solar Project, which is in the red hatching. I know that's a little hard to see. One thing that's not shown on this map, this proposed facility would interact with the existing UEC transmission line, sort of at the northwest corner of the site boundary.
Yes, thank you, Marcy. So is the proposed site boundary in black?
Sorry, yes, Councilmember Jenkins, the proposed site boundary is the black bold outline there.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the council?
Chair Grill, the corner to the northwest of where the proposed facility is, what's all that shaded area to the northwest? Is that bombing range?
Yes, to the northwest, that is the Boardman bombing range. You can also see, I don't know if you can see, you cannot see my clicker, the Cardi Reservoir up here to the northwest. So the Boardman bombing range is that rectangle, but it's not that entire darkly shaded spot. I think that's maybe an artifact of the GIS photography.
So, Christopher, this is Hanley. The transmission line is the purple and white dashed line.
I've cut off the key on this view here, but I'll leave it. The purple and white dash line is proposed transmission lines. And I will look to someone else in the room. That may be the route of the proposed B2H line. I see Linnea Fossum has her hand raised and she may know the answer. Oh, that's okay. I thought the blue and white was labeled as existing. Yeah. Right, yeah. So I think you have this blue and white line, which is the existing UEC Blue Ridge line, and then the purple and white, I believe, is a proposed transmission line, and I believe that's the proposed B2H line.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Just really quick. So in the middle, where the orange, so there's the outline of the project area, and then the little square in the middle.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. I believe that the other site boundaries are clipped so they don't appear in the middle, but there is some overlap there. Okay. Any other questions about this map? And I will point out we received this notice of intent on May 10th. It is available from our website if the council member does have questions on it. I think there will be further opportunities to review this, and it's out for public comment now. Oh, and we do have a public information meeting scheduled on this for later in July in Boardman. I can get that exact date. I will continue with my presentation. I believe it's July 27th, but I don't want to misspeak.
For the record, Todd Cornett, and if any council member would like to attend that either in person or virtually, please let us know. We'll get you all the information as well. So, and obviously you are not required, but would be welcome if you wanted to attend that.
Todd, are those also recorded so that we could, thank you.
Yes.
Todd was nodding.
Councilmember Byer, yes. So they didn't used to be, but now they are. And so what we will do is whether it's all virtual or if it's a hybrid, those will be webinars that for all future public information meetings, we will record those and post them on the project site. So that will be our practice moving forward. Has been for the last couple, but definitely will be moving forward in case somebody's interested but doesn't have the opportunity to attend. They can go back and watch those recordings.
So Christopher, I assume Boardman is due north. You see the Interstate 84, I see the proposed B2H line. Assume go straight north of the purple and white line. Is that
the city of Boardman? I believe it's a little bit north end to the east.
Councilmember Jenkins, yes. This other map may provide a little bit better view, but yeah, it's just a little to the west here with Lexington and Heppner to the south. Okay. Okay, for this particular step, ORS 469480 subsection 1 requires the council to designate the governing body of any local government whose jurisdiction the facility is proposed to be located as a special advisory group. The proposed facility is located entirely, or is proposed to be located entirely within Morrow County. The Morrow County Board of Commissioners is the governing body of Morrow County. And as such, we recommend that the council appoint the Morrow County Board of Commissioners as a special advisory group for proceedings related to the Echo Solar project. And with that, I will leave it to your deliberation.
Madam Chair, I move that the council appoint the Morrow County Board of Commissioners as a special advisory group for council proceedings related to the proposed Echo Solar project.
Thank you, Kent.
Second, Cindy Condon.
Thank you, Cindy. Any further questions, comments? We have a motion and a second. Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Hanley Jenkins,
Yes.
Barry Chalktoot,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer, Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Jordan Truitt,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris.
Its members.
Well, Todd.
Hour and a half. Wow.
The time is now 10:56, so little assistance, please.
So, Madam Chair, the next agenda item, which is, we have a time certain on the agenda, as well as clarified no availability for hearing officer Triana. So we will need to go into recess until 12:30.
And as you just heard, we will now be recessing until 12:30. And I would like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item. Okay, thank you. The next agenda item is the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project. This is a continuation of public hearing on draft proposed order on application for site certificate. This hearing will be presided over by Kate Triana, Senior Administrative Law Judge at the Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings. She will facilitate the continuation of the draft proposed order public hearing for the applicant to respond to issues raised on the record of the DPO from April 19th through May 26, 2022. ALJ Triana, if you may please take over.
Okay,
Thank
great. Great, thank you. Hi, I'm ALJ Kate Triana. And as mentioned, this is the continuation of the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project public hearing on the draft proposed order, or DPO, on the application for site certificate. This hearing was continued from the prior hearing, May 26, 2022, through today, June 24th, 2022, specifically to allow the applicant an opportunity to review and respond to issues raised in comments received at that prior hearing. This hearing at this point is limited for the applicant, and responses, information specifically related to issues raised on the record of that hearing. I have received 2 requests to submit additional comments. I'm going to address that a little bit later, but I do have that on the agenda as well. So as mentioned, I'm an administrative law judge for the Oregon Office of Administrative Hearings. I've been appointed as the EFSC appointed hearing officer in this matter as well, and I'm serving as the presiding officer for the hearing. Today is Friday, June 24th, 2022. It's about 12:32 p.m. Pacific time. The hearing today is being held at the Energy Facility Siting Council, or EFSC meeting, being held in person at the Oregon Department of Energy offices in Salem, Oregon. The hearing is also being held via a WebEx webinar with a call-in option for those who cannot participate in person or via webinar. So we have some people present in person at the Department of Energy offices. We have several people participating by WebEx, including myself. And then we also have some call-in participants. And this is being recorded. So let's see, Kathleen Sloan, Senior Siting Analyst at the Oregon Department of Energy, and lead on the application for site certificate for the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project, is going to provide a very brief project and procedural overview. And then I'll take back over and we'll get going. So Ms. Sloan, if you'd like to get started.
Okay, thank you, ALJ Triana. And for the record, my name is Kathleen Sloan. I'm a senior siting analyst for the Oregon Department of Energy. And we are opening agenda item K, which is the continuation of the public hearing on the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project and the draft proposed order. So just very briefly, I'm going to give you a overview of the agenda item. So a brief facility overview, a brief procedural overview, and then I will turn it back over to the ALJ to continue the hearing. So the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project is located in northwestern Umatilla County. Nolan Hills Wind LLC is a subsidiary of Capital Power Corporation. The proposed facility is a combined wind and solar energy facility with a maximum generating capacity of 600 megawatts and approximately a 48,000 acre site boundary. The project also includes related and supporting facilities, including a dispersed or centralized battery storage system or a BESS, and 2 proposed options for a 230 kV Gentie line transmission line. The procedural history, the notice of intent was filed in September of 2017. A draft proposed order was issued by the department on April 19th, 2022. The public hearing was opened in Pendleton on May 26th, 2022. And as the ALJ noted, at the request of the applicant, the record was held open for the applicant to respond to comments. That hearing was held open until today, June 24th, 2022. And that is what we are doing in this agenda item. So in the continuation of the hearing, council rules require that the council department and applicant have an adequate opportunity to respond to issues that are raised and comments that are received on the record of the draft proposed order during the public hearing. The scheduled hearing on May 26th was extended at the request of the applicant to respond to the issues and comments that were received at the hearing. So the hearing again was extended until today, 30 days to give the applicant time to respond. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the ALJ, who will provide the applicant the opportunity to speak or provide more information. So ALJ Triana, I am turning it back over to you. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. So this is ALJ Triana. As Ms. Sloan noted, the hearing record was held open for the specific purpose of allowing the applicant to respond to some of the comments raised at the public hearing from both council and members of the public. However, between the time of that May, sorry, what's the date on that? The prior hearing in May 26th, and today, the Department of Energy received 2 emails requesting that these people be allowed to provide public comment or written comments, and that those be made part of the record as well. And so I want to address those on the record now and make a ruling on that. So the department, when they received the emails, forwarded them to me and has requested that I make a decision. So I'll be doing that. It appears that the 2 emails I received, the department received and forwarded to me, were sent on June 22nd and June 23rd, but both for Blue Mountain Alliance. So I'm going to kind of address them together. Is there anyone with Blue Mountain Alliance, specifically Daniel Kearns, with us today? If so, speak up or raise a hand, please. Okay, I'm not noting anyone. Ms. Sloan there in Salem, do you have anyone present?
Yes, we do. Sorry. So I'm gonna let him introduce himself, and he has his mic on.
Richard Jolly with Blue Mountain Alliance.
Okay, great. And Mr. Jolly, what is your affiliation with Blue Mountain Alliance and Daniel Kearns? Can you explain that just a little bit to me?
Yes, I'm a member of the board, and the board selected Daniel Kearns as our spokesman to contact you in your office, and I hadn't heard back from him, and so I contacted the office also.
Okay. And are you expecting that Mr. Kearns is going to appear at all today at this public hearing?
No, I don't believe so, but I believe he responded and has sent in our statement.
Okay, and so I did receive this email from him that included an attached letter. And Mr. Jolly, have you had an opportunity to look at that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So it's rather lengthy, but what I'm going to do is I am going to read the portion of the email from Mr. Kearns. He indicates that he attached a letter that he has offered for my consideration. He says he represents the Blue Mountain Alliance and its members. And the members have focused on working with Umatilla on this and other wind power projects. My clients, however, only recently realized that the county's May 26 comments were very narrowly drawn, focusing only on EFSC's rules and not on the statute or case law precedent. My clients had hoped and assumed that they could comment after May 26 to and including today's continuance hearing. However, they did not see the county's comments or staff response until after the May 26 hearing, which now appears to be when the record closed to further comment. Please therefore accept this short comment into the record. And then there's a letter attached. It's about 2 full pages. Mr. Jolly, can I ask, did Blue Mountain Alliance provide any comments on the record at the original May 26 public hearing?
No, we did not.
Okay, and is there any reason that you didn't provide those public comments, provide any public comments at that time?
Yes, there was a couple of factors that have gone on, and it was not brought up to our attention that this siting was going to go around the county's ordinances that were in place. And it was brought to our attention that that was the intent of this. And so then we tried to catch up and get on board.
Okay, and when did that come to your attention?
Right at that time.
Was it
of that
before the
meeting,
public
at that
hearing?
meeting.
Oh, it was at the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone from Blue Mountain Alliance present at the meeting?
No one from Blue Mountain Alliance was present at that meeting. No,
Okay, so how then did it come to your attention?
because other people that had been at that meeting told us about it, and we looked into it and saw that that's what was transpiring.
Okay, and what was it that you looked into and how did you find that information out?
I got online and looked up the project site and all the paperwork and tried to see the siting analysis and what they were trying to do. And it looked,
Okay.
yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
no problem.
Was there anything else you wanted to add on that?
No,
Okay, and is there any reason that you or anyone with Blue Mountain Alliance didn't do that prior to the public hearing?
well, I was out of state working And then I had been sick, and then I just hadn't been paying attention to FSEC, and a person that was supposed to be looking at FSEC, we just had it was just oversight that failed us.
Mr. Jolly, before I make a ruling, is there anything else that you'd like me to know about this?
Not unless we're going to be able to have some standing.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to be heard on Blue Mountain Alliance's motion to submit a comment at this point? Okay, Mr. Rowe, does the department have any position on it that they'd like to make known?
Your Honor, we don't have a position. I would just share what would need to happen procedurally if the council were to consider the request. They would, I would recommend that they first clearly establish what standard they would apply to it. Presumably, it would be a good cause standard. Second, if the comment period were to be extended, it should be done for the public in general, not just for the parties that requested it. That would allow other persons who relied on the deadline as it was noticed to also make comments if they wish. That would require renoticing the deadline in order to make the public aware that it's been extended. And then the applicant, as has been done with the last meeting and today's meeting, would need to be afforded the opportunity, if they wish, to respond to any additional comments. So procedurally, that's how it would need to go. We don't have a position as to whether or not the request should be granted.
Okay. And as far as council establishing a good cause standard, or some sort of standard such as a good cause standard, is that something that council would vote on or make a decision, or is that something that I, as the presiding officer, would make that decision? Do you know?
You know, this hasn't come up. I think it would be best that the situation we have is that in the future, similar such requests could come up. And so I think that there should be some discussion, if council wishes to consider it, what standard would be applied and if that would be a good cause standard. If you had other thoughts to share with the council about what other types of standard, but if they're going to consider it, I think we need to establish on the record what that standard would be. So were this issue to come up in the future, council would be consistent in the manner in which it treats such requests. And not much, but further in the future, I would recommend that council also then establish a rule that formalizes what standard it would apply. Obviously, we don't have that now, but I would, if council, if you want to solicit input from the council as to whether or not they should consider this, then I think that we ought to have discussion of what standard would be applied to the request.
Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. So would council like to consider this request and have some sort of discussion about what sort of standard would be applied to this request? I think that likely a good cause standard would be the most common. There could also be just a hard standard of, no. If a request is made and it's after the close of that initial record for public comment, no further comments are allowed for any reason. But would anyone on council like to be heard on that?
So if anybody has anything to say, I guess now is an appropriate time. This is Chair Grail.
Madam Chair, this is Hanley.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Well, this is difficult because this process has afforded a lot of opportunity for public comment. And my concern is that where do we stop? We're going to get in the merry-go-round here. And because now if we allow additional public comment, then we have to allow additional applicant response to that comment. And I agree with Patrick that if we reopen the record at this late date, then we need to have a very good reason to do that. Otherwise, we're going to be subject to reopening the record maybe multiple times.
Thank you, Hanley. Anyone else? Go ahead, Kent.
Yeah, I'm of a like mind. I don't need to repeat what Hanley said there. I agree.
Thank you, Kent.
Cindy Condon. I agree also, but I do have just a question, I guess, that were we to allow for it, we'd have to consider that the good cause is, this is a question, sickness, out of town, or simply didn't look at the material that was available for a considerable period of time. Guess do those are those good cause?
I don't know if that's someone's going to answer that. Or is it just?
Has good cause been defined?
Madam Chair, for the record, Todd Cornett, and I'm going to look to largely Patrick to respond to this, but I'll give some parameters, and so and as ALJ Triana said, whether you can just have a very clear standard or it's very open-ended, good cause, just by its very nature is kind of a subjective determination. So you would determine on a case-by-case basis unless, you put in some parameters today to say, these are the parameters of good cause, and then you would apply that to this particular request. And as Patrick had mentioned, the concern there is making sure that, you're being consistent for future requests as well. So again, good cause generally is a fairly open-ended concept, whether you put parameters on that or whether you come up with, another standard. If you choose to, it's much more sort of definitive. I mean, I think that's really what the question is to council is, what are your thoughts on this? Do you want to, apply some sort of, standard verbally now? And as Patrick said, if we think this is going to be something in the future, probably rulemaking would be the better way to do it, because then you would have it, more clearly established on the record with the language, but also with the rulemaking history. So I'm going to go back to Patrick to, probably either validate or alter anything that I said.
Yeah, that's a great description, I think, Todd. I think it's, essentially know it when you see it. I don't have the case law at my fingertips. I'm sure I could find probably some case law out there where I could find examples, but unfortunately I don't have that for you now. One thing that comes to mind would be if someone was entitled to notice, for example, if they had put their name on the list of persons that request notice of FSEC and department actions, and for some reason the department did not provide them that notice, even though they had asked for it, that would be good cause. Simply not looking, knowing that FSEC does regular business, but not staying up to date to it, I personally wouldn't consider that good cause. But it's something that rulemaking really would be best. So you could put some parameters on it. Absent that, we don't have that right now. A good cause standard is essentially what would a rational person consider to be a good reason for not having provided comments by the deadline.
This is Marcy. Thank you, Patrick. I just want to clarify. So you have a spokesperson, but that person was not available or just,
Right, he wasn't available to be here.
no, I guess I don't mean that, like that person, you said you're on a board, so
Yeah.
you're not the only
Yeah,
person.
and we have some people that are looking at FSEC, and we thought that this is a precedent setting siting in our county. And so it was important that we should have paid a little bit better attention to it. But the person that was doing the oversight, it slipped through their fingers. And we thought we were okay. And we just found out about it too late. And I'm understanding that. I didn't even know that I would be allowed to speak at all today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for that clarification. Other council members? Yes, Ann.
For the record, Ann Byer, I agree with Hanley that there is enough timeline built into our process for public comment, and I'm generally supportive of more comment. Public comment is better, but in this case, there have been opportunities. I'm afraid of granting any sort of special exception to that, because I think that without rulemaking blows out the timelines completely and changes the process from what's in the statutes and administrative rules. So I'm pretty uncomfortable changing those rules without anything specific. And if that's something, if this comes up often, and I don't know if this comes up often, maybe consider rulemaking in the future. If this is an exception to what generally happens process-wise, then rulemaking probably isn't needed. But I support Hanley's position.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jordan.
For the record, this is Jordan. Precedent setting, it may be, but our actions also could be precedence setting or altering down the road. So without a clear definition other than a gut feeling of good cause, I would agree with the rest of the council or with Hanley's comments and everybody else at this point.
Thank you.
Marcy, this is Hanley again. I want to be very clear that this council met in Pendleton to have these hearings. So I think we provided substantial opportunity participation by actually meeting it was our first in-person meeting in 2 years. So we quite an effort to hear local concerns.
Thank you. Perry, just want to make sure if you had anything to add, because I think everyone else has spoken.
Yeah, I'm good with the rest of the council on this. I think we better watch what we do because this could open the door for larger issues in the future. We need to set a clear path forward. And going outside our parameters is not actually doing that. So I agree with Hanley.
Thank you, Perry. So Todd, just procedurally, I think everyone has spoken, and I think we unanimously don't agree that we should extend the time.
The record, Todd Cornett. And I think that then puts it back into ALJ Triana's sort of purview. I think ultimately, because she's the presiding officer, it's her decision on this, but she was seeking, any kind of guidance or I think, interest by the council on this. But I think unless somebody else wants to clarify, I believe then it goes back to you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So hearing nothing else, I think my understanding is that the council's declining to set a good cause standard at this point, but has indicated that maybe that's something that they're going to look at in the future. And I looked over the laws and rules prior to this meeting, and I see nothing in there that would allow me to extend the record absent council's having some sort of good cause standard. So I am going to deny the request to allow the comments from Blue Mountain Alliance, BMA. So while those comments are part of the, they've been obviously been sent to the department, they won't be considered a public comment, and therefore that request is denied. Okay. And so since both of those emails were from the same party, that issue, I believe, is wrapped up. All right, so moving on, this hearing is intended to provide the applicant the opportunity to present their response to comments received at that prior meeting, either orally and or in writing. I do understand that on June 15th of 2020, the applicant provided a supplemental response to issues raised on comments received. Does the applicant have any other written materials to be submitted at today's hearing?
Excuse me, Matt Martin with Capital Power. No.
Okay. And then are you interested in presenting any sort of oral comments at this meeting?
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity to summarize what we submitted on June 15th and welcome any questions.
Okay, and is it going to be just you presenting oral comments, or will you have anyone else from applicant?
Tim McMahon with Stoll Reeves, the counsel for the applicant, will fill in anything that I miss.
Okay, great. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. So again, Matt Martin with Capital Power. Nice to see everyone in person, and appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. So I just wanted to summarize the submittal that came to you on June 15th. It's a response to all of the various questions that came up on the Goal 3 exceptions analysis at the May 26th hearing. And so, it's a lot of material. Hopefully you've had a chance to read through it. And I just want to kind of summarize it at a high level. What was submitted? Why was it submitted? And effectively why we think it's a compelling reason for the council to grant us the Goal 3 exception. So there were really 3 questions. In 85 pages here, we answered 3 questions. But the first one was whether the solar lands are, a significant or substantial portion of the landowner's overall property. The second one was, why this particular land? Why was this land chosen? And the third one was, how does this land compare to other lands in the area within not just the project area, but outside in Umatilla County? So we'll take those in that order. As part of the package, we did have written testimony or a declaration from 2 of our main landowners, Bob Levy, who's not here today, and Steve Corey, who is here today, if you have any questions on that testimony. But, I think their testimony speaks for itself, but I'll go into a little bit of detail about it. And I think that's important because in terms of how or these solar lands being a substantial portion of their property, the way that the application was written, it was a bit narrow in the sense that it only spoke to the 4 parcels of land that this solar project is on. In reality, they own a lot more land within Umatilla County and the surrounding counties. And I think that's what the first item is. It's just clarification that this is not 37%. This solar project, which takes up 1,900 acres, is not 37% of their overall agricultural land. They have almost 75,000 acres of agricultural lands, and I think it was 28,000 of agricultural land. So this 1,840 acres is 6.6% of their agricultural lands. And we don't feel that is substantial, which the landowners can speak to and is within their declaration. So the second question, which I think is the most important and what the declarations really speak to, is why did we pick this particular parcel? And this project started as just a wind farm. And over time, we expanded to include the solar lands. This decision was made a few years back to make this more of a well-rounded facility in terms of being able to produce power around the clock. And so the winds at this site, they blow a lot in the evening hours. We thought adding a solar facility to the project would provide more power during the day. When combined with the battery projects, you're going to have a closer to an around the clock solution, which is ultimately how Oregon's going to meet its renewables goals. So we made the decision, we expanded the project, we went to our landowners and said, within your 45,000 acres, what would be a good spot for solar? And there were a few different spots within the site that we looked at, but this one was chosen for a number of reasons that we've outlined in this case here. So the first one, it's probably the most compelling, is that there's no irrigation here, right? This is, while it's classified as prime farmland because of the viticulture overlay district that we're in, we're close enough to the Columbia River where someday somebody may grow grapes. Without water, you're not going to grow a lot of grapes here. And so it's also not prime soils. And, you know, they look at this land over the years, it's been utilized as dry land wheat. And, you know, when we came to them asking them what lands would you be willing to effectively give up farming, this was at the top of the list. And there were a couple other areas that were outlined in here, but this one made the most sense because it was right in the middle of the site. It's right next to the wind farm substation. It's right next to power lines. It's right next to roads. It's pretty close to the town of Nolan where we'll be able to get communication for our SCADA equipment. This is by far the best site. Now, it just so happens that this is also some of the worst lands that our landowners own. And we allude to it within the landowner declaration. There's another parcel northeast of this site. It's not part of the project. I think it's owned by Mud Spring Ranches, which is part of the landowner's holdings. They made the decision years ago that it was not, that land was no longer viable for farming dry land wheat, and they converted it to CRP. The reason for that is that if it costs too much to farm and you're not getting the yields that you want, like you need to make a decision to do something that makes the most sense for the company. And so they made that decision on lands to the northeast. They're making the same decision on this land right now. And so they've taken a look over the years, you know, it's not the greatest soils. There's no irrigation. The wheat crop has not had the best yields over time. They've made the decision to move this into CRP, and they've actually done that over the course of the last couple of years. So part of the decision was, we're taking this out of farmland. It can go into CRP. It could also be a solar facility. And so in terms of what yields the highest benefit to the company, the solar facility and the lease payments that we make obviously are yield a higher value to them. And we submitted the letter back in January in terms of like what they're going to do with those funds and the economic benefits of all that. We won't go into that detail. That's already been on the record. So if you've got this 1,900 acres of land that you're taking out of production and you're effectively putting it in conservation, in our opinion, you know, of all the lands within the facility, if it's coming out of farmland to begin with, it's a perfect spot for us to utilize to farm the sun. Now, the last piece, which maybe I'll let Tim go into a little bit, is the alternatives analysis that was requested in terms of going outside of the project boundary and the legal reasons why that wouldn't be allowed. That's one of the attachments. So attachment 2 to our submittal is why we needn't go beyond the site boundary, but we did provide a little bit of color as to why we chose this site within the site boundary, which is, you know, one of the items that we're allowed to expand upon. So I don't know, Tim, if there's anything further on the alternatives analysis that we need to go into detail, but if there's questions, he's here to answer them. So those are the,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, I just wanted to confirm that your comments were not new information to be presented, but simply a kind of a summary of the information that's already been presented by the applicant, correct?
That's correct. So I think that the landowner declarations provide a little bit more context behind their farming operations. And, you know, sworn testimony effectively that serves the purpose of what we're providing here as testimony. But everything else, and the reason why this is 85 pages is that we re-summarized what was in Exhibit K. And so Exhibit K gets kind of lost in the 1,000 pages of documents that you have in front of you. So we pulled it out, put it at the back of this attachment, so it's front and center.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. McMahon, if you'd like to, are you planning to present new information or answer questions and summarize information that's already been presented?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Is that mic placement okay? I have a loud voice. So be too loud. Thank you, Your Honor. I am not providing new evidence, new information. We are adding color, as Matt indicated, to the evidence and information you previously had, including testimonial evidence, sworn testimonial evidence from Stephen Corey and Bob Levy, who are representatives of the companies, and they're essentially the landowners. And we had indicated that at the continued hearing that we would likely bring in additional testimony. And Stephen Corey is here to answer any questions, to provide any answers, any observations, angles to this, anything you'd like to know about the land and their ambitions for how they use their land. Steve is here, and I think that his testimony is quite complete and again relates to existing evidence in the record. So with that, if you'd like me to just kind of, I have a fairly brief, relatively brief for a lawyer presentation that I'd like to walk through, and then we'll see if there are questions. Is that fine?
That's great. Go ahead whenever you're, at least from my purview, unless there's anybody there at council that objects.
Good.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
And just to the last point Matt made, I don't intend to talk about the alternatives issue. I think this council understands that issue pretty well. I kind of needed to remind you of it maybe, but our intention was to just make that really clear, since there were at least some ideas of additional alternatives analyses that we thought needed to have that kind of a legal response. And I can talk about that if you like, but I'm intending to kind of leave that to you. Ms. Condon, Councilmember Condon is vigorously shaking her head no, so I'll take that as a no. All right, so last time we were in front of you in May, I said we are paying attention to what we've heard from the Siting Council about Goal 3. And we have heard repeatedly, several times, I guess, from council that applicants need to do a better job, need to work harder on justifying the Goal 3 exception. We thought we did that in May, and we are now taking a fresh run at it with some very robust responses, because we did hear what you said in May. And we think that we have provided ample evidence to hopefully get us through this issue, because it is a very important issue for this project. So we hope that the information we provide to you does answer council's questions. And again, we're here for any questions, any further questions you have. Exhibit K, as Matt indicated, is a significant document buried in the middle of a very large application for site certification with many, many, many pages of maps and appendices and the like. So we pulled out the section of Exhibit K that relates to the Goal 3 exception only. And I don't think there were any revisions to it. There might have been some Scrivener's things we caught, I don't know. But it is, in a sense, it is the Goal 3 analysis that was in Exhibit K. And we, in Exhibit K, the Goal 3 section of Exhibit K, we walked through a multi-factor analysis. It has historically been the council's preference, and the council has appreciated a multi-factor review of reasons why Goal 3 exception should be granted. And that is how we set up that section of Exhibit K. We recognize that when you sit here as decision makers, you get a DPO in a notebook this fat. And you know, I having done this for a number of years, I think it sort of culls down the main issues, and Department of Energy does a good job of presenting that to the council. But I think what got lost here is some of the information at the base of Exhibit K that, again, we wanted to make sure was front and center with you, so you understand our analysis of the reasons test or reasons method for issuing Goal 3 exceptions. So we hope that that provides greater clarity. Now, to be clear, it is appropriate and it is necessary for the council to require applicants to justify Goal 3 exceptions for solar generation, PV facilities. We understand that, we acknowledge that, we own that. So we wanted to make very clear what our response was to justify the exception. And we are happy to get any other questions the council may have about the Goal 3 exceptions here. And we worked mightily hard to try to foresee anything further and to address the issues that had been asked of us and to back it up with the best evidence we could provide, which is from these landowners who own and work this property. I want to correct one quick thing, by the way, before I continue on. The 6%, Matt misstated that 6% of the property holdings. Cunningham and Pendleton own way more than 75,000 or even 25,000 acres. It is 6% of the cropland. So not all land zones, 6% of the cropland. There's rangeland, there's multiple uses of their land, which is documented in the testimony, in the declarations. And again, Mr. Corey could answer any further questions about that. I want to make that very clear for the record, though. Most fundamentally, it is essential for applicants to fully engage with the landowners, to those people who work the land, who know the land, can identify the uses of the land, and they can help us as applicants identify the best lands for the full benefit of farming operations and other uses on the property. We did that during the application process, and these were not landowners who said, have at it, design a project, let us know when the hearing is. No. As the declarations, I think, make very clear, these landowners were involved in every step of this process. They are stewards of this land that's been in the hands of their family for 5 generations. So this is a big deal for these landowners who were absolutely involved in the design and siting of this facility. So here the landowners, they identified the best location based on their use and their knowledge of the land. And as Matt indicated, the site that was chosen is in fact considered the worst, least productive agricultural property in their land holdings that is adjacent to another location that's kind of similar. And as Matt indicated, and I'll just punctuate this, it's an opportunity to make some economical use of the land where farming is just simply not a viable opportunity. And again, Mr. Corey can fill in. The testimony of Steve Corey and Bob Levy provides detailed evidence identifying the best location for the solar facility. These landowners know their land, and they, as I said, they were actively involved in site selection and design. They chose the site based upon the fact that it is their poorest agricultural property, that it is in the heart of the wind generation facility, therefore the least amount of impact on the surrounding lands as well. It minimizes impacts on their land by transmission lines, by roads. It's very, very close to their farm operations building. So for multiple reasons, this site makes a great deal of sense for these landowners, Cunningham Ranch and Pendleton. So just to kind of wrap up here, this industry is still in its infancy. And we understand the council is still kind of evolving how to deal with solar energy siting. And, we're in the industry, we're trying to figure it out too, and how the regulatory standards should apply. So it's not surprising to us that the council has questions, good questions, to ask that we have a responsibility to answer. And we are committed to do that. And we will be committed for the next application and the next application and the next application, because there will be more. And this is not going to end anytime soon. What is important to us is that there be clear precedent on how we meet Goal 3 goals and standards, and how that relates to and synchronizes with other very important state policies, most particularly climate change. And that is very much in our minds as we are working on these applications and working with these landowners. The testimony from both Mr. Levy and Corey, in fact, touched on, and believe me, I didn't write this testimony for them, but their testimony touched on their responsibility and how they believe they can make very beneficial and important use of the land to deal with climate change goals. That's a real issue for this family that they're taking some responsibility for. So here for this project, we believe that we have struck the right balance with the evidence and the rationale to support the approval. And we ask to approve this project and issue a proposed order at the conclusion of this hearing. I have one little wrap-up thing to do, though, on the 2-mile setback, if you'd like that from us right now. and I'll start and you can correct anything I say, Matt. All right. Matt is, I'm not, working with the county in order to avoid locations that would be subject to the 2-mile setback. We're in a process of trying to figure that out. We're not suggesting that anything be revised with the DPO right now, but we need to check in with the county in particular on their strategy, their standards for getting waivers or consents for locations that might be shy of the 2-mile buffer area. So I just want to kind of let you know that that's very much in the attention of Nolan Hills to get that resolved to the county's satisfaction. And we believe we can do that, but we'll need just a bit of time. But we don't want to hold up this process to do that. So we would, and I talked to Mr. Cornett about this. I think if we're able to succeed in this effort, we would essentially kind of just request that that piece of the DPO be removed because we would be in compliance with the county standard. Matt?
Yeah, so we heard from Mr. Jolly earlier, and I think not his comments were echoed by the county, and the county's comments are on the record. They were submitted on May 26th, and so we, Capital Power, we plan to own and operate this long term. We want to be good members of the community within Umatilla County, and we want to work with the county to make sure that we can live within their standards. We do need to understand, allowance for landowners, local residences to waive those setbacks, which we don't have resolved today. But I do want to put it on the record that, Capital Power takes community engagement very seriously. We want to be a good member of the Umatilla County community. We will be coming before Umatilla County for other approvals as well. And we want them to know and recognize that this project, which has evolved over time, we have 112 turbines in this application. 100 of those are outside 2 miles from a residence. And so this project could be built tomorrow with those 100 turbines, but we want to analyze and confirm before we effectively give up on those other 12 turbines because they're on nice high peaks with good winds and things of that nature. So it's a process that will be ongoing here.
And just as the FSEC historian here, I will say that we are not wanting to indicate in any way that the goal findings method of resolving these issues through local codes is in any way something that we're not, that we're giving up on, or that is not an important part of this process. The point is, for this project, we think we can avoid doing that.
All right, thank you. So at this point, I think I want to turn it over to council to see if they have any questions for the applicant, comments they want to make, and give council an opportunity to, kind of have that dialogue with the applicant.
Ms. Hanley Jenkins, council member. So first question is, you're not asking us to remove the 12 turbines from consideration at this time. So we need to still address them as if they're there in relationship to the 2 mile setback. Okay, you agree with that?
Yes, I'm nodding. So
Yes.
Verbally, that's correct.
Thank you. That's my first question. So my second question is completely different. And you asked the staff to provide us some excerpts from Exhibit K. And we got a packet of maps. And in that packet of maps, there is a right exhibit. It's figure P-5, and I won't make you go looking for it, but it includes areas enrolled in the Conservation Reserve Program, lands. And if I'm interpreting the site for the solar farm correctly, it does appear that on this map, it's not in the CRP program. Is that because it's been more recently enrolled?
Yes, Yes, I think that is the case, Mr. Jenkins, and Steve Corey knows all about this issue, so.
Yeah, but he probably didn't do the math.
Yeah, you probably did do the map. And the map, this application has been in the works for a very long time. And so whether everything is currently shown as it is today is a question.
Your oral testimony and your other written testimony clearly says it's in
Yes,
CRP.
it is in
but then when
CRP.
I got the map and I tried to superimpose the location on this. I went, but it's not on the map.
You continue to have a very sharp eye. Yes.
Thank you. So it is in CRP. That's all I
Yes.
can verify. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cindy. This is Cindy Condon, and I have a question. Thank you. So in your comments last month, the project, one of the unique factors that was used last month was that the project is solar, wind, and battery storage, and that it's located proximate to transmission lines and a proposed substation, a BPA substation. And I am curious that it's, as I remember, the project is talked about in terms of phases, is being done in phases. So will every phase include batteries, those three unique elements of battery storage, solar, and wind? And additionally, if BPA does not develop the substation as proposed, then what?
So I think within Exhibit K, there's reference to being within a mile of an existing BPA transmission line, which is true. Our proposed interconnection to BPA, which is in the application, is further north. They want that substation to be north of the Umatilla River for access reasons. And so if that substation does not get built, the alternative connection is either a smaller project to the existing BPA line, a mile to the north, or the UEC transmission option, which is the long 25-mile line that goes off the page. So to answer your question about phases, that is going to be somewhat dependent upon the commercial solution to this project, which is not yet finalized. And so ultimately, we want to provide a product to a customer who's willing to pay a certain amount for resiliency and reliable power. And so as of today, and the reason we added solar and batteries, that you need all three components to get to that close to around the clock solution. And that's not just the utilities in Oregon, but C&I customers are also looking for that more reliable product. And so ultimately, we're going to build what we can sell. And so if we cannot sell 600 megawatts at once, we will build in phases. But that's to be determined. And I think your other question was, will you build wind, solar, and storage together, right? And I think, I can't guarantee that. I will say that all of the products that off-takers are requesting these days, those products take priority. And so when you bid into an RFP, it will be looked upon more favorably. It will be more expensive to build, and the power will be more expensive. But ultimately, in terms of shifting away and creating a 100% renewable grid, that's going to be a requirement. And so our expectation is to build it, but I can't guarantee that it will all be built together.
So a quick follow-up on that. Yeah. So is there a chance that a commercially viable solution is solar only on the ground that's being the Goal 3 exception is requested?
Potentially. I think it will be difficult to build a long transmission line economically without a bigger project. And if we do solar, it will most likely have battery component as well. Okay. So it likely will not be solar only. It would be solar and storage. But we started this project as a wind farm for a reason. It's a windy site. It's got its winds blow at a unique time of the year and a unique time of the day that it's evolved over time to become what it is today.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else on council have questions or comments? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Does the applicant have anything else that they would like to provide at this time or present?
Tim McMahon here again for the record. Mr. Corey is in the room. He does not intend to add additional testimony to a sworn declaration, but he is available again for questions should you wish to ask any such questions. So you won't be hearing from him again today unless you ask questions.
And in terms of the purpose of today's meeting, which was to respond to comments, so we talked about the goal 3 exception, we talked about the setback. The only other one that I had in my notes was about Capital Power standing behind Nolan Hills and making sure that the council is satisfied or that we provided an adequate response to that. And I just wanted to kind of re-engage on that and make sure that you have everything you need.
Condon? Thank you for remembering that comment. And it was not in the material that you provided. And I am prepared to make a comment after, but because you asked the question, I don't believe there's been sufficient evidence on the organizational expertise standard for the applicant. Capital Power comes through loud and clear, but it's my understanding that Nolan Hills is not Capital Power. So I do have concerns about that, and think there's probably evidence that can be given, but I certainly don't see it in the materials that were offered in the application.
So, and the reason I brought this up is this was not prepared by the June 15th submittal, and we wanted to make sure we had the materials in your hand with adequate time to review. But we did have our general counsel write a letter on, on behalf of Capital Power, acknowledging that Capital Power will stand behind the Nolan Hills facility and everything within Exhibit A and Exhibit D and Exhibit M in terms of that expertise and how Capital Power will bring that to the table and stand behind this project. And so to the extent we can submit that on the record, I wanted to do that here today.
Okay. Do you have copies of that you can provide to council?
I have 2 copies. So there's a letter, and then the letter references Exhibit A, Exhibit D, and Exhibit K, which are appended to the back end of it.
So, Your Honor, for the record, Todd Cornett, we are making copies to hand out to council members. And so this will really just be more of a question once this agenda item concludes, if you want to take a break in order to take a few minutes to review that, or if you just want to go directly into the next agenda item. So you don't have to answer that now, but just be thinking about that.
All right. Is there anyone on council that wants to review that before they ask any questions of the applicant about it, or are we ready to move on?
Grail, we can move on, please.
Okay. Is there anything else that the applicant wanted to present today?
Your Honor, no.
Okay. And I realize I've checked in with council several times, but I just want to make sure that there's nothing else that council wants to ask of applicant or any other comments they want to put on before I close the record for the public hearing. So anything else from council on this? Okay,
Chair Grail, no, thank you.
all right. Well, I'm not hearing anyone speaking up. So the time then is 1:32 p.m. on June 24th, 2022. The public hearing on the draft proposed order for the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project is now closed. I want to thank everyone for their time on this. And I think that's the end of my duties here. Thank you, everyone.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank
Madam
you.
Chair. So just from a time check, Sarah is going to make copies. We could take a 5-minute break. We could take a 10-minute break, whatever your choice is to get the copies made, hand them out. It's about a page and a half, so probably just take you a few minutes to review that. So, but however long you want to take a break, obviously is fine.
Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you. Please return at 1:42.
To say that all again? Okay.
So Patrick, Kellen, can you verify that you can hear us?
I can hear you.
Verified.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Kate, please
Okay.
start again.
I will start again. So thank you, Chair Grail. Thank you, council members. For the record, my name is Kathleen Sloan. I'm a senior siting analyst with the Oregon Department of Energy. I'm here to lead the presentation for the information item on Agenda L for the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project. And this is the council review of the draft proposed order on the application for site certificate. We're going to present this in somewhat of a team approach. I'm going to start off the presentation. Sarah Esterson, our senior policy advisor, will interject on specific standards where we received public comments or comment from the applicant or comment from council. And Kellen Tardeweather is on the phone. She will be presenting on part of the DPO from Public Services on. So I will advance my slide. I got 2 clickers here, so yeah, okay. So just for organization of the presentation, I'm going to start with just a really brief overview of the applicant, the proposed facility and its location, a summary of the procedural history, and then we're going to launch into a review of the council standards, the issues raised and comments received. And just as a note, we had a total of 19 commenters that submitted public comments, either oral or written. Oral testimony at the public hearing, written comments received submitted by letter or email, and also comments from council and the applicant. So the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project is an application that has been submitted by Nolan Hills Wind LLC, a subsidiary of Capital Power Corporation. The proposed facility is a 600 megawatt wind and solar energy facility with supporting and related facilities and components. That includes 2 proposed transmission lines, a battery energy storage system or a BESS, and occupies a micrositing corridor of about 15,000 acres within a 48,000 acre plus site boundary located in northwestern Umatilla County. So this slide here, I'm going to see if my clicker works. Okay, this slide here depicts the micrositing corridor within the proposed site boundaries. So the outline is the site boundary. What is depicted in purple is the micrositing corridor. And I think what is important to point out here are a couple of features. This purple polygon that I'm circling with my arrow up here in the upper right corner is the proposed solar facility. That's the 1,896 acres for which a goal exception is being requested under goal 3. There are 2 proposed transmission line routes leaving the site boundary. The first one is the one that's going to, sorry, my mouse is getting away from me. Going to the proposed BPA substation. This is the line that goes north, crosses the Umatilla River. The other transmission line option is the UEC, the Umatilla Electrical Co-op line that follows the existing UEC line and would go up to another proposed substation or existing substation. So it also depicts the turbine strings and access roads, which are the longer linear purple lines throughout the site boundary. So a little bit on the procedural history. The notice of intent was filed in September of 2017. The draft proposed order was issued by the department in April of 2022. In between, there was a series of revised preliminary applications, changes in site design. But the DPO was issued in April. It opened a 37-day public comment period. We held a public hearing in Pendleton in person on May 26th. The hearing was held open at the applicant's request to respond to comments received at that hearing. That hearing just closed in the previous agenda item today. So the public hearing has been closed, and where we're at today is council's review of the DPO. After today, the next steps would be to issue the proposed order, which the department will work on. So today is the opportunity for council to provide comments to staff on the draft proposed order and the issues that have been raised on the record as a result of public comment and through the public hearing. After today, the department will prepare the proposed order, taking into consideration all of the comments received, comments from council, comments on the record, and any reviewing agency consultation. When we issue the proposed order in the future, we will also issue a notice of a contested case And then unless council has any questions at this point or comments on the process, what I will launch into next is the review of the draft proposed order. Seeing no comments, I will proceed. So the first standard that we're going to cover today is the general standard of review. The general standard of review requires that a proposed energy facility comply with all applicable Oregon standard statutes and rules, including those of agencies other than the Energy Facility Siting Council. The council consults with other agencies to determine compliance with the standard. And it's important to note that FSEC follows an evidentiary process to determine if council standards are met when evaluating an application for a site certificate. So under the general standard of review, there is a provision that when the applicant has shown that a proposed facility cannot meet the council standard, that they can ask for a balancing determination from council. And in the application, the applicant did request that council make a balancing determination on the Fish and Wildlife Standard and specifically as it applied to the Washington ground squirrel habitat. In the ASC, the applicant requested the balancing determination primarily because they did not agree with ODFW's determination of what is Category 1 habitat for Washington ground squirrel within the analysis area. So the department reviewed the information submitted by the applicant, had several conversations with ODFW over their Category 1 habitat determination, and we ultimately concluded and recommended that council deny the applicant's request for balancing, primarily because we felt that the applicant had not evaluated or demonstrated why it could not meet the standard, and that did not really demonstrate that they couldn't build the facility without a balancing determination. So that was the basis of our recommendation. At the public hearing on May, Councilmember Jenkins agreed with our evaluation, and also since the DPO was issued and at the public hearing, the applicant has indicated that they're not going to pursue this issue and will accept the council's determination on the balancing request.
Chair Kathleen, do you want us to comment on each of these as we go through?
I feel like if you have comments or questions as we go through, you should definitely interrupt me and chime in.
I thought it'd be nice and ask.
Oh, really? Okay. It's getting fuzzy. Okay. It's between two computers. Okay. Did you have questions? Okay. Okay. Yeah. And if I'm missing it, just chime up. So the next standard that we're going to talk about is the organizational expertise standard. The standard requires that council determine that the applicant has the abilities and the resources to build, operate, and retire the facility. In determining compliance with the standard, the council considers the applicant's past experience with similar projects, a history of any regulatory citations, and other evidence of technical, managerial, and organizational expertise that can help demonstrate that the applicant can meet this standard. So as part of our review of the application, the department evaluated the Alberta Utility Commission website for compliance and enforcement actions against Capital Power, and we can affirm that there are no citations or pending citations or actions. The department has recommended that council find that the applicant, through its experience of its parent company, Capital Power, that they have demonstrated that they have the organizational expertise necessary to design, construct, and operate the facility and retire the facility as this standard requires. And the department has recommended that council require that the applicant provide evidence of a shared use agreement between the applicant and UEC, Umatilla Electric Company, if they do indeed select the UEC Cottonwood transmission line routes. And at this point, I know we had additional discussion, comments from council, a submittal from the applicant just now before the hearing or before this agenda item. And I'm going to kick it over to Sarah so Sarah can pick up the discussion of comments and the review of the memo.
Test. So apologies. I know it doesn't sound nice, but good afternoon, Council. Sarah Esterson for the record. So as Kate mentioned, I'm going to walk you through comments and applicant responses on the record of the DPO related to this standard. On the previous slide, it was presented that the applicant is a limited liability company. It was created for the sole purpose of being the applicant for this application and then would be the certificate holder for the site certificate if issued. So then as a project-specific LLC, it doesn't have its own experience and resources to meet this standard, but it relies on its parent company, which is Capital Power Corporation. Individuals that represent the LLC are employed by the parent company. And so at the May 26th hearing, Councilmember Condon expressed concern about relying on the resources of the parent company when the parent company hadn't provided any specific guarantee or warranty that it stood behind the project and provided the financial stability that was being expressed in the application. And in response to those comments, in oral testimony, representative of Capital Power and the applicant, Matt Martin, provided some additional information, which we have on the screen, but that included an affirmation that the parent company was the entity that would fund the project and that it stood behind the application and the development of the project. He also explained that Capital Power Corporation had been an entity since 1986. It was a publicly traded company. It has a Standard & Poor investment rating of BBB negative, if that's how you say it, which is a rating you can only get if you're financially stable. And he also explained that there was the parent company has over 870 employees. So I guess I would then turn to the evidence that was just submitted today. Oh, yes.
Gordon Truitt for the record.
Yes.
Is it minus or negative or positive?
It was confirmed it was minus, and so maybe that was just an error in the submittal. So I'll turn now to this additional document that was submitted today for your review and consideration, which is a letter signed by the parent company's senior vice president and chief legal. And it provides a statement that says, this is a firm statement that Capital Power stands behind the project. It's intended to authenticate the testimony provided at the hearing. And then I would note the letter references additional attachments, which we have printed for you and we can distribute for your review. As I understand it, it's excerpts from the application and from the transcript of the hearing. So with that, so it would be our intent to incorporate this additional facts and evidence into the findings of the proposed order. So that would what we would be asking council to rely upon to make findings that the applicant has the ability to design, construct, and operate the facility in compliance with council standards, site certificate conditions, and in a manner that protects public health and safety.
Madam Chair. Cindy Condon for the record. So one, I want to thank Capital Power for providing this letter and speaking to the issue brought up at the last meeting. I do, and mind you, we just got this letter, and I am not an attorney. So, but in the letter, the last paragraph of the first page, please allow this letter. Moving on to the second page, to ensure that the project is built to the appropriate standards and within the regulatory framework approved by the council. And I appreciate that it will be built, but the operation of I would be certainly much more comfortable if it read it designed, built, and operated, since that is the standard. And I don't know whether it's intentional to leave that out. I would guess not. And I want to make sure that stands behind, as used in this paragraph, can be interpreted as a guarantee or warranty. That's just a specific comment.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Hanley. So do you think we should do that in the form of approval condition? Is that what you're suggesting?
Cindy Condon, again, for the record, I believe the application and the review that was done was relying on Capital Power to take that position. And so I would recommend it being a condition. Yeah, I would recommend it being a condition.
I support that.
Thank you. This is Marcy. So Kent and Hanley are saying they support that. There's Jordan, Perry, Ann says yes. Jordan says sure. Perry?
You need to lean into the microphone.
Sorry. Perry?
Yes.
You got a yes, and I say yes.
Is, so with that, would council be interested in staff putting together a draft condition for your review to make sure we're on the same page and we can come back in a standard or two?
Cindy Condon, I would appreciate that.
Okay. And so, I mean, since we're here, are you envisioning a pre-construction requirement that a parent guarantee or similar type of document be provided that affirms Capital Power stands behind the design, build, and operation of the project?
Cindy Condon again,
yes. Okay.
Fair.
Yes.
If I may, for the record, talk about, I think this kind of tees up a good sort of procedural check-in. Excuse me, I just put a tic-tac in. Swallow it. Okay. So, and if we need to seek clarification, we will, but this is a good example where, you know, a sort of a question or an idea was brought up, and that's fine. And I think us sort of fleshing that out and sending it to council would also be good. But it also is very important that we know what you're interested in. So as much clarification and direction from you today really helps us, because what we're doing now functionally is we're taking our findings and conditions from the draft proposed order and based on your comments, making changes. And so we obviously want to make sure that we're doing that in a way that represents what you're interested in. So, you know, as we go through this, to the extent that you can, you know, it may be that, you know, you need us to provide some language and some ideas for you to respond to, and that's okay. But just, you know, as much clarification to us, it would be very helpful.
So, Madam Chair, this is Hanley. Question for Todd. Are you envisioning procedurally, are you envisioning sending out some draft language before you do the final order?
How are we going to do this?
Okay, yeah, and we'll talk about that a little more in detail, but I think just very briefly, I think most of the time, when you provide a question or a comment or, we'll know what that means. I think it's only those ones where we may need to, flesh it out. So in this case, I mean, we could send it out to everybody. Maybe we just send it out to Councilmember Condon for her response to make sure that we're getting correctly what she wants. So I don't think it's going to be a draft of the proposed order that we're seeking your comment on the entire thing, just sort of specific elements that we want to make sure we're getting right.
I just didn't want to add steps to the process.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Ann.
Empire. Question for Cindy. Is the stands by language a problem? Does that need to be spelled out more? I like mirroring the language in the standard, but is the parent company standing by, is that language okay for you?
Cindy Condon, if it is correct that that stands by means guarantee or warranty, that works. It might be best to use guarantee or warranty. And I'm not an attorney, so I don't really know what the difference is.
Just making sure we met your intent.
Cindy Condon, if I can make further comment, that I don't know if this helps at all in terms of direction, but in the application, the Articles of Incorporation for Nolan Hills, there is a specific provision for, and I'm sorry, I don't have it pulled up here, but for third parties. And it's that, Nolan Hills is who we are relying on, nobody else. Even though the parent LLC is there, Elemental Power, or Element Power, and then Capital Power in its two forms. And so it's trying to get to, if the liability is limited to the project specific LLC, but we're relying on that parent, we need to have the parent in the guaranteeing it in writing. So, does that help? And Cindy Condon, again, I have just a follow-up question. In the documents, Capital Power, it's Capital Power DBA as Nolan Hills, Capital Power Independent, Nolan Hills Independent, but kind of used interchangeably. Is the DBA accurate? Is in the letter, some of the documents, and I don't have it in front of me, but it says DBA, Nolan Hills. And I was surprised by that. Tell you what, we can go on, but I can find it, and if we can come back to that, I'll. There we go. Yeah. No, it was something that was back to it, but it was. Oh, so information about the applicant. So prepared for Capital Power, DBA Nolan Hills Wind LLC. On Exhibit A. And so, I didn't know whether that was maybe Tetra Tech's error. Is it really a DBA? Are they independent? I just think it's confusing. And if we're relying on, we want to be sure who we're relying on or which entity. And the organizational structure. Thank you. So you're done.
Yes, so that is the conclusion of our presentation of the council comments related to organizational expertise.
So no more comments, questions? Oh, maybe one more?
No.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to move on to structural. So under the structural standard, council is required to evaluate the proposed facility to ensure that it complies with regulations related to seismic hazards and other events that may cause site instability. Under this standard, council evaluates whether the applicant has adequately characterized the site in terms of stability. If there are unstable or erosion-prone soils, the council looks for evidence that the applicant will use proper engineering techniques to avoid hazards. The department also consults with the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, also known as DOGAMI, to determine compliance with this standard. So in the DPO, the applicant has presented that it can construct, that it will conduct a pre-construction site-specific study, a geotechnical assessment. The department consulted with DOGAMI. We also had a professional engineer from a third-party consultant with Hart Krauser to review the information that was submitted, and along with the applicant in the discussions over the application, agreed that a pre-construction site-specific geotech study is required. And this is really intended to inform the final design and layout of the facility to ensure that it is seismically sound and also meets the non-seismic hazards. So in our DPO, we have recommended that that study be conducted, and that is condition number 1. We did receive a comment from Councilmember Jenkins at the hearing. He had a question about the applicability of the condition to the non-seismic hazards. And it is my understanding as I read it, the geotech study that needs to be done would cover both components. However, based upon our review, we felt that the information provided by the applicant in the application was sufficient for us to conclude that they met the non-seismic. I don't know if there's, go ahead.
Need to include the non-seismic in the geotech investigation?
Well, I think it would be covered, and I don't think it would be a deficiency to add that. It's mentioned in the non-seismic analysis, so I think it could just be clarified that it would cover both. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so the next standard we're going to cover is the soil protection standard. And under this standard, council is required to determine whether or not the applicant has fully evaluated the issues of erosion and drainage as a result of facility construction that could affect land in the surrounding areas. The applicant is required to consider potential impacts on soils from the facility's operation, such as cooling towers or other forms of chemical deposition if they were applicable. If the proposed facility will have a significant impact on soils that cannot be prevented, the council must include in the site certificate conditions that require mitigation of those impacts. So in the DPO, the applicant identified the soil types within the analysis area. They came up with 10 different soil types within the proposed site boundary. 8 of these soil types are silt loams with depths ranging from 1/2 foot to greater than 7 feet deep. And they are classified as having moderate to high permeability. They are located on slopes ranging from 1 to 40%. They have erosion hazard ratings from slight to severe, and that's discussed within the DPO. So our primary methods of dealing with soil protection, and potential soil erosion are through the issuance and the requirements associated with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, for the NPDES 1200C construction permit. And it includes a requirement for an erosion and sediment control plan. Those documents also detail what we call best management practices, or BMPs, which are really the implementary requirements on the construction activities and contractors to ensure that we are protecting soils in the construction of the facility. So it's to prevent erosion. It's part of our inspection routine, and they're all included in the soil protection conditions in the DPO. Questions? And we're going to get to land use, and I'm turning it over to Sarah. Sarah will go into detail about the 2-mile setback and the Goal 3 exception request.
Thank you. So just as a brief overview of how I'm going to run the presentation, I'll be toggling between the PowerPoint comments that were received and places in the DPO so that you can see what I'm saying in case it's not totally clear. So the first thing is a refresher on the council's land use standard. So the land use standard requires council to find that an applicant and the proposed facility can comply with applicable substantive criteria from the county's acknowledged comprehensive plan and land use regulations that are required by the statewide planning goals. And then the standard actually provides 3 paths for how to interpret that requirement and make findings. I'm going to show you. Okay, so hopefully you can kind of see that. The 3 paths are then here under little b, sub 2b of the land use standard. And it basically says either council finds that the proposed facility complies with all applicable substantive criteria. That's path A. Path B is they don't comply with an applicable substantive criteria. So either council approves an exception or otherwise finds that the proposed facility would be consistent with statewide planning goals. Or path C, which is the project is consistent with statewide planning goals. For this project, the applicant has requested council review under path B. And so that is how the analysis in the draft proposed order is presented. And so like what the applicant doesn't comply with is the acreage threshold for solar, which is the goal exception. So that's kind of what triggers path B. Okay. So as Kate mentioned in the intro, the facility is proposed to be located in Umatilla County. So it is then Umatilla County's development code and comprehensive plan that are evaluated to determine the applicable substantive criteria. I also want to note that council's land use standard establishes a special role for the governing body of the local jurisdiction for which a project is proposed to be located. And that special role is called a special advisory group. The governing body is Umatilla County Board of Commissioners. And then that as the special advisory group, they're tasked with working with the department to identify what those applicable substantive criteria are given what the proposed facility is. And this proposed facility is quite interesting if you haven't gotten, but it has wind, solar, and transmission lines, and all of those categories have separate land use criteria that apply. So the land use section covers an enormous amount of criteria given those different zones or different categories. Also to add into the mix that the project crosses 5 zones. It's predominantly in exclusive farm use zone, which on the map here on the left, the beige shading is exclusive farm use zone. And then you can see in the square inset, it is the proposed UEC transmission line that then hits 4 additional zones, I think in about the last half mile. And those additional zones are rural tourist commercial, agribusiness, light industrial, 4 and EFU. Maybe it's just 4 zones, sorry. Okay, so then I think we wanted to point out this is where the solar is on the right-hand side of the slide. This shows the different types of soils. Okay, so as Kate mentioned, we've selected 2 topics to cover for the land use overview. That's 2 of a gazillion. So if there's anything other than what we've chosen to describe for your interest, please obviously feel free. Okay, so the first topic we've heard a little bit about already today, but it is a Umatilla County zone provision that applies to the wind facility components, and it's a 2-mile setback from wind turbines to rural residences that are non-participating with the project. In the application, the applicant presented an argument that said they did not believe that this provision met the council's definition of applicable substantive criteria. Because the 2-mile setback was not required by the statewide planning goals. In our review, we agreed and provide a robust analysis in the draft proposed order. On the record of the DPO hearing, we received comments from the Umatilla County Planning Director, Bob Walder, who has been authorized by the Umatilla County Board of Commissioners to speak on their behalf. And he expressed disagreement with the interpretation that's presented in the draft proposed order and argued that it is applicable substantive criteria. For a little bit more context, the 2-mile setback would affect up to 8 residences. That was what was presented in the application, and I think based on our review of the micrositing corridor, it would be 11 residences. The applicant also confirmed that of these residences that could be impacted, they would be between 0.3 and a mile away from the wind turbines. Okay. So I wanted to show you Bob's comments. I can. Second. Okay. So to the extent you can see this, you did receive this as attachment 1 to the staff report for this agenda item. And so essentially, again, he's saying we interpret the rule to mean that it is the comprehensive plan and development code that are required by the statewide planning goals, not that the criteria are required by the statewide planning goal. So that's what his comment is saying. And then if you can tell the difference, I've tried to underline the interpretation. This is the definition of applicable substantive criteria. Umatilla County believes this required by statewide planning goals applies to the comp plan and land use ordinances. Our interpretation is that it's the criteria that are required by the statewide planning goals. I would like to note that this particular question of what criteria from a zoning ordinance or comp plan meets council's definition was a big issue in Obsidian. So we thoroughly evaluated this as a party to the contested case, and then the hearing officer evaluated and also agreed with our interpretation that it's the criteria that are required by the statewide planning goal, not the 2 plans. Just for your reference. Okay, and then I would also like to offer that we sought our advice from our DOJ on this comment from Umatilla County, where we are, based on that advice, maintaining the position in the draft proposed order. So does council have any questions?
Madam Chair, Ms. Hanley. So we have additional comments today on the record concerning a 2-mile setback. Those comments do not remove the need for an evaluation for this particular Umatilla County Code requirement. And so unless that happens, or the final order, I think the department and the council should continue to recognize that it's the applicable substantive criteria. This isn't the right. Anyway, it's that relate to the statewide planning goals. And therefore, the 2-mile setback is not something that's required by the goals. And so I think that has to be our position unless we see something different from the county and the applicant. And even in that case, I still think it should be final order's position that it's the applicable substantive criteria in the goals that are applicable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there is a provision in rule that allows the department to consult with reviewing agencies before issuance of the proposed order, and we fully plan to coordinate and share the analysis that we have done with Umatilla County, just to maintain a good relationship. Okay.
Chair Grill.
Yes, Kim.
So I've got a question here. If I'm understanding correctly, I think what Hanley's saying is that the applicable substantive criteria would be those of statewide planning goals, as opposed to the applicable substantive criteria are those criteria that are in the acknowledged plan of the county. I think I think the criteria of the acknowledged plan of the county are what would apply to address the statewide planning goal requirement. Because the acknowledged plan of the county is implementing the statewide planning goals. So I'll be interested in hearing what council says when you're starting to tease out which one of these is correct.
Patrick, would you like to add anything or no? Because we did ask him to evaluate this question.
Respond to that for the record, Todd Cornett. So you see the 2 bullets up there. So my understanding is the Umatilla County's position is because their comprehensive plan and their land use ordinances are adopted consistent with the statewide planning goals. Anything in them is applicable substantive criteria required by those goals. That's their position. Staff's position is that that's too broad. It's the specific criteria in the comprehensive plan, if that's effective as a applicable sort of ordinance or, standard, or the land use. And so we would look at those individually, not as a whole, not the entire comprehensive plan, not the entire land use ordinance, but individual elements of that land use ordinance to say, is that required by the goals? So in this case, 2-mile setback in the exclusive farm use zone, does the goal 3 require that 2-mile setback? Our position is no. The land use goal 3 does not require that. And so our narrower evaluation is that then it's not required by the land use goals. Otherwise, every county that has EFU zone would have that same 2-mile setback. But their position is that we're looking at it too narrowly, and it's the broader because they adopted their comprehensive plan and their ordinances consistent with all the goals, that then everything in them is applicable substantive criteria and required by the goals. So they're broader, we're narrower, really is what it comes down to.
Okay, the next topic is the goal exception. So The proposed solar facility would use or occupy up to approximately 1,800 acres in exclusive farm use zoned land. The conditional use requirements for a solar facility in EFU zone land establish acreage thresholds of 12 and 20 acres for high value and arable land respectively. And this proposed solar facility component would exceed both of those thresholds. So because they can't comply with these acreage thresholds, they are required to seek council approval of a goal exception. As Matt mentioned earlier, I believe that he explained that the soil classification within the solar micrositing area is Natural Resource Conservation Service Classification 3, and that it is high-value farmland due to its location within the Columbia Valley viticulture area, although and including slope and aspect criteria that have to be met to meet the high-value farmland threshold. And of course, there's no viticulture going on there. The applicant is seeking a reasons exception, where the reasons include minimal impacts to agriculture. And there are several sub-reasons to that. A local economic benefit, locational dependency, and then minimal impacts to other environmental resources. In the draft proposed order, based on review and evaluation and really weighing of the merits of the evidence that was submitted, staff recommended only 2 of those reasons go forward, and that was minimal impacts to agriculture and local economic benefits. And then, as we've discussed, council members Howe and Jenkins provided comments on the record of the draft proposed order hearing, expressing concerns about whether the reasons were site-specific, and specifically recommended consideration of site-specific components like topography or the unique ability of the site to provide both wind and solar at the site. And as you've received, the applicant requested a 30-day extension at that hearing to submit additional evidence. And on the 15th, they provided a supplemental packet that was provided in hard copy and electronically to council. And I think I don't want to repeat what you've heard or maybe what you've reviewed, but in response to the specific recommendations that we heard out of the testimony from council, we wanted to highlight that in the supplemental response, applicant explains that the wind energy site was selected based on favorable interpretation of wind patterns. The site allows for wind and solar, which provides a balanced generation profile. It has robust wind resources, and the site itself allows for shared infrastructure of the 2 technologies, being wind and solar. So, I think we are interested in whether council has any further concerns or comments that we should be considering in that goal exception.
Madam Chair, this is Hanley.
Go ahead, Hanley.
Thank you, Sarah. I do have an additional comment. Fortunately, it's a little lengthy, so bear with me here. I'll focus my comments on the solar facility and its need to justify an exception to protecting agricultural land for continued agricultural production required under LCDC statewide planning goal 3. Oregon's land use program was developed and initially adopted back in the early 1970s. I heard the late Hector McPherson say on several occasions that the primary motivation for Oregon's land use program was protection of farm and forest lands from ever increasing development pressures in the 1960s and 70s. Goal 3 states in part, agricultural land shall be preserved and maintained for farm use, consistent with existing and future needs for ag products, forest and open space. Land Conservation and Development Commission solar rules, which I helped initially develop when I was the co-chair of the LCDC Solar Rules Advisory Committee, require an exception be taken when 12 acres of high value or 20 acres of arable land are taken out of agricultural production by a solar facility. Clearly, these thresholds will be exceeded by this application, and an exception to protecting farmlands is required. Whereas 469.504 sub 2 sub C, which is FSEC statute, sets out the requirements that must be met when taking an Energy Facility Siting Council reasons exception to statewide planning goals. They include 3 parts. A, reasons justify why the state policy, here goal 3, should not apply. B, significant, we abbreviate it as easy consequences anticipated from the proposed solar facility have been identified and adverse impacts will be mitigated. And C, the proposed solar facility will be compatible with other adjacent uses or will be made compatible. I agree, these criteria do not require an alternatives analysis as the LCDC requirements do, and I stated that clearly on May 26 in my comments. The evidence presented identifies the majority of the subject 1,896 acres is identified in NRCS soil class 3 and is designated as arable land with scattered inclusions of high value land. This acreage has been cropped in the past and is in the county's exclusive farm use zone. As I stated on May 26, I agree with and accept many of the reasons provided by the applicant justifying the removal of this acreage from statewide planning goal 3 farmland protections. But I also believe many of these reasons could apply to any dryland wheat acreage in the region, and there needs to be a demonstration why this specific site should no longer be protected for agricultural use and how the applicable criteria are met. For help in understanding how to meet these criteria, the Oregon Supreme Court found in Save Our Rural Oregon versus FSEC that a gas-powered electric generation facility was particularly suited to its site due to its proximity to an existing natural gas pipeline, transmission line, and substation. So the question here is, how is the solar facility site particularly suited for this project? Aside from the financial benefits to the farming operation, lack of current farming practices, and minimal impact to adjacent farming activities, why is this site particularly suited for this solar facility? I believe it's particularly suited because it's proposed to be developed in conjunction with the wind facility and all of its supporting facilities. The applicant's new testimony emphasizes the benefits of being sited near the BPA transmission line and proposed BPA substation to be constructed with the wind facility. New testimony also emphasizes that the solar facility will balance electric loads with the wind facility, wind in the evenings, solar during the day, and increase reliability to the grid. In addition, they state of all the acres under management of Cunningham, this parcel can best integrate wind and solar electric generation. Therefore, I believe the site certificate should be conditioned to support the Goal 3 exception as long as the solar facility site is developed in conjunction with the wind facility to take advantage of the shared supporting facilities, transmission, substation, roads, and battery storage. I'm going to leave it to the staff to draft the exact language for such a condition. However, I believe the solar facility is particularly suited for the proposed site because it's associated with the wind facility and its shared supporting facilities, therefore must be developed in conjunction with the wind facility. And, one of the questions is, is one turbine enough? I think the wind facility has to be commercially viable. So those are my comments. That's my position.
Go ahead.
I have a bit of a lengthy one, not quite as long as Hanley's. The credentials and expertise of Steve Corey and Bob Levy and their written testimony in their June 13th declarations connects the dots for me. The solar PV site has been taken out of ag production because it was uneconomical to farm, least productive area for farming with no water resource or irrigation, and with the grazing limitations, it's not economically feasible to farm. Trying to farm the property, even with the recent up-to-date practices, generally provides a negative financial return. The low returns and soil erosion are the primary considerations and why it is some of the least valuable property in their ownership and in the county. In addition, the site's within a mile of a BPA transmission line that runs through the site of a proposed Bonneville substation, providing an economical connection to reach the grid and provide integration of wind and solar generation. The 1,896 acres are less than 7% of the total dry land wheat producing land in the family ownership and less than 1.2% of the total agricultural acres owned and managed by the family. The proposed solar PV facility location is flat with excellent aspects towards the sun, is close to the transmission infrastructure, requiring no separate intertie line. The location of the solar PV facility takes advantage of a relatively flat area, the availability of wind facility infrastructure, and will have a lack of impact on existing agricultural operations, including ranching, near the substation. Any other solar PV location on their ownership would be remote from the substation and would not serve the project's purpose of a fully integrated round-the-clock hybrid renewable energy facility. So I find that the Goal 3 exception is justified. I find that the inclusion of solar at this particular location creates a more balanced generation profile, increasing reliability of the grid and increases the project's viability. The solar site is particularly suited because it is different from other cropland in Umatilla County and the region because it will be located in close proximity to a proposed wind energy facility and provides interconnection opportunity for the solar facility without requiring additional transmission lines. Because the two facilities are so interconnected, I feel it's appropriate to condition the Goal 3 approve the Goal 3 exception on a condition that the approval is on the basis of the solar facility being built in conjunction with the wind facility.
This is Ann Byer, and although I wasn't present at the two hearings that happened before this, I did listen to the audio tape, so I have some familiarity and I have reviewed the materials. Thank you to the applicant and the property owners for providing the background. I agree with Vice Chair Howe on how that really helped explain why this site was less suitable for farming. I would like staff to ensure that there's a finding that reflects Hanley's discussion of those locational dependent factors, the transmission line, the location near project substations, and the in conjunction with wind. I think that does distinguish this project, and we want to make sure we're explicit about that. I think that locational factor is pretty critical to this particular application. So thank you.
And
For the record, Todd Cornett, just two sort of follow-ups to this. One, so you both read, moderately lengthy statements. Can we get those? And either if you want them back, we can make copies of them and return them to you, or we can just take them if you don't want them back. So I think that would be helpful for us. As Councilmember Byer said, I think using that kind of either language or paraphrasing that will help us supplement the findings. So, and then just looking for, again, consensus on, the that type of language, that phrasing, and the condition from all council members.
Yes, this is Marcy.
Cindy, yes.
Chair Grill, this is Perry Chalkton, yes.
Thanks, Perry.
This is Jordan for the record. I believe the proximity, connectivity, geographical conditions, power generation goals, and benefits to the state represent the highest and best use of this project and ground. So, yes.
Thank you. All good? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Hand it back to Kate now.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the next standard, which is the protected areas standard. Under this standard, the council must prohibit the siting of energy facilities in protected areas, except for special cases, primarily transmission lines or pipelines, where there is no reasonable alternative. Protected areas include national and state parks, national monuments, and other areas identified in the council rules as having special scenic, natural, or environmental value. For proposed facilities near protected areas, the standard requires council to determine the facility would have no significant direct or indirect adverse impact on these protected areas. So in the application, the applicant evaluated the analysis area, which is the pink dotted line around the proposed site boundary. And in their analysis, they identified 18 protected areas. Includes 4 state wildlife refuges, 5 state fish hatcheries, 2 state parks, 1 state heritage area, 2 agricultural experimental stations, 1 BLM, Bureau of Land Management, area of critical environmental concern, and 3 state wildlife areas. So in their analysis, basically we looked at the proximity of these identified protected areas in relation to the components. And that would be the wind turbines, the solar facility, and the transmission line. One of the key findings is that for the wind and solar components, the closest protected area would be 6 or more miles away. So little to no visual impact related to those components. The Echo Meadow site, which is a area of critical environmental concern managed by the BLM. It's a viewing area for the public of the Oregon National Historic Trail, which is what the ONHT stands for. It is approximately 0.2 miles or 1,500 feet from the transmission line on the UEC route. So the only impact that we have potentially identified for protected areas as the project is proposed is that there could be a noise-related effect when they construct the upgrade to the UEC line if that route is selected. So for that reason, the department recommended a notification condition for the BLM just to notify BLM that the dates of the construction and that noise may be audible for visitors to that area. I think it's important to note we did consult with BLM, and BLM found that our analysis was adequate and that they actually determined no impacts from the facility. So are there any questions on protected? Okay. So the next section is the retirement and financial assurance. Just as an overview, council realizes that there is a risk of construction of an energy facility project. And one of those risks is that it could stop before being completed and leave the community with an abandoned construction site and no funds for site restoration. Another risk is that a power plant owner might shut down the plant without restoring the site to a useful or non-hazardous condition. In order to address these risks, council first reviews the applicant's estimate of site restoration costs, first to determine if they're reasonable, and then they review the capacity of the applicant to ensure that they have the ability to obtain adequate funds for site restoration. Council also includes a condition in every site certificate that requires a bond or letter of credit for the amount established by council to be in place before construction begins, specifically to provide funds for site restoration. And that bond or letter of credit must be maintained for the life of the facility, and it is adjusted periodically, usually annually, to account for inflation and other factors. So I'm going to hand it over to Sarah because there was some discussion at the public hearing, testimony on part of the applicant where they had asked for an alternative amount to the recommended department contingency. So I'm going to kick it over to her.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, so Kate just walked you through the standard, but I want to highlight again that part of your finding under the standard is that you find that the decommissioning estimate is satisfactory to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition. So again, part of our review to make a recommendation of whether that amount is satisfactory is to evaluate the methods, the assumptions, and then to cross-reference if all of the facility components described throughout the application are reflected in the estimate. And then it's been our standard practice since 2005 to apply a 10% project management fee and a 10 to 20% future development contingency fee to that total estimate. And that would cover ODO cost. The 10% is a project management fee. If ODO then had to draw down on the bond in order to implement decommissioning in the event the applicant is unable to fulfill that obligation. And then the future development contingency is really for uncertainties. So I wanted to give you just a little bit of background. These contingencies, again, were established in 2005 based on starting work with a consultant. So I'm showing on my screen this first, it's a cost estimating guide developed by Pennell Bush, Inc. And this is, as far as I understand it, where it all started. Okay, so this is where the recommendation originated. You can see here they've recommended these two numbers I've just cited. That then again was evaluated and revised a couple of times, most recently in January of 2011. That's this, and I'll show you here. So in this document, it lays out for the project management fee a little bit of the scope that would be covered. Preparation of a final retirement plan, obtaining legal access to the site, legal expenses, obtaining access to the bond or letter of credit, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these reasons are described in the draft proposed order. We no longer, up until 2013 or so, people were using this guide and we stopped updating it. So developers are no longer using this guide, but maybe varying the approach to a decommissioning estimate, but we have maintained the ODO applied contingencies and really we haven't changed them for any project since we started. So in the applicant's comments, which I'd like to just pull up for your reference, so again, this was in your attachment 1 to your staff report, and here are their arguments that you can't see in the room, but hopefully you can see on the screen, arguing against these applied contingencies. And it is the case that in the application, they offered an alternative approach, which was an FTE-based approach where they are suggesting that ODO project management fee be based on the cost of 2 full-time employees for a duration of 16 months. In their comments on the record, the applicant claims there was no justification provided for the ODO applied contingencies, that they are illogical, inconsistent, arbitrary, and that there's no added value to the public. Harsh. I just want to point out, this is not the first time that an applicant has taken issue with these contingencies. I mean, in fact, I've heard it since day one of 7 years ago, but most recently, the applicant for the Bake Oven Solar Project, which was approved 2 years ago, and for Obsidian Solar Center, both proposed FTE-based project management fees for the department, which we brought forth to council. And in both of those instances, we struggled to understand how a duration could be assumed. How do we know how long it's going to take for us to manage this uncertain process that we forecast to have quite a number of legal hiccups and uncertainties? And we maintain the same question today as if it's an FTE-based approach, how would we know it's limited to 16 months or 2 FTE? Another comment from the applicant was they requested that we provide additional rationale for the contingencies that were applied and use a standard and accepted cost estimating practice. We're not totally sure what a standard and accepted cost estimating practice. This is certainly standard for FSEC facilities and the FSEC process. We are, as you might recall, we have been working with a consultant fairly heavily in the last year, and I have sought whether they have expertise to evaluate typical project management costs for decommissioning of other type of industrial facilities. They've affirmed they have a construction management team that could help us, but we wanted to make sure to get council input on the direction before launching into that evaluation. So I will pause there and see if you have any input on these contingencies.
Any questions, comments on Sarah's asking? Yes, Ann.
Suzanne, so has the council been pretty consistent in their application of the contingencies since 2005, 2011, which I think is more than 10 years ago? And I understand that 10% of some of these larger projects is a number with a lot of zeros. I get that, but projects are becoming more complex. And I would encourage you to continue working with the consultant to see if this is kind of in the ballpark or if it skews low or high. And it may skew low in terms of actual project management costs. I don't know. Again, projects are becoming more consistent. I'm comfortable with those contingencies, knowing that they've been applied consistently. And the rationale was considered back when these were adopted. So unless there's something I'm missing, I know it's a big dollar figure, but it's a responsibility that the public really can't take on. Thank you.
And
thank you.
Also, just for reference, so the applicants, based on their method of the 2 FTE for 16 months, was about $500,000. At our applied contingency, it's 6.7 million. And then, you know, if you break it down to FTE, that's, I believe it's 1 FTE for almost 7 years is what 6.7 million. So, or 2 FTE at 4.5 years. So just wanted to offer that.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Chair
Cindy.
Grell. Cindy Condon for the record. So it's my understanding, certainly based on what Ann just commented on, it's been a long time practice to use these contingencies. And I just want to confirm that the letters of credit are adjusted annually and at any time annually if it's found that through work with a consultant or otherwise, the contingencies are found to be too high or perhaps too low, that they can be adjusted annually.
Only if you want them to.
Well, yes.
As of right now, the only thing that the conditions, the standard condition for evaluating the bond or letter of credit over time is for inflation. Otherwise, we say, I mean, so we have an estimate right now of $39 million. That's based on full build out. So the condition allows for a reduction based on final number of components, but that's it, not changing methods. And typically we specify the contingencies are maintained. Now, I think it's on the table if a reevaluation is something council wants on some frequency. Yeah. Yeah. And so, okay. It's a little different, but just so you know, in Umatilla County's development code, their conditional use criteria for wind facility, they have a decommissioning set of criteria that's kind of similar to council's, but it establishes that decommissioning estimate has to be evaluated every 3 years. And so for the wind component, there already is for this project a reevaluation. Now that is, I would have to double check, but it's intended to be like on the methods for the methods for the cost estimate per task and action, not necessarily project management fees, but I think it's certainly possible that we could interweave that ongoing reevaluation for the whole thing.
Cindy Condon again, I would encourage that approach. I'm support being consistent with what we've done in the past, but certainly look at perhaps a different model for the future.
Now, the interesting thing about that though, is it would be a reevaluation that ODA would have to do, but the developer is tied to, which that is always a little messy if, there's a compliance issue because we don't do something. And we know what they want our project management fees to be. So
I think this is an interesting issue, just as the applicant stated in their comments, that this is a kind of a new world for everyone, including FSEC, and what's going to happen in maybe 30 years, 25, 30, 35 years, whatever, nobody knows. And so I think looking at different options, they may be messy, but maybe worth it. But I'd be supportive of keeping our contingencies at what they have been in the past and what staff has proposed here.
Thank you.
And I'll pass it back to Kate.
One more.
Sorry, Chair Grell. Cindy Condon. Another issue related to retirement financial assurance, not related to the estimate, but related to the security instrument. And in the letter we received today, Capital Power has committed to providing the financial assurance outlined in Exhibit M of the application. And I appreciate that. I just want to make sure again, and I think I'm reading it correctly, the Articles of Incorporation for Nolan Hills, that whatever security is provided recognizes Nolan Hill. It's just not in the name of Capital Power. It recognizes Nolan Hills as our applicant and the project entity. So, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Todd.
For the record, Todd Cornett. I just want to go back to make sure that we have the sort of direction on the prior kind of conversation. So, the question on contingency, you heard a couple council members say you're fine with the current contingency. Is that the case with everybody? And
it's never enough.
and so there was also the question of, should we bring that to our consultant to evaluate or just stick with the contingencies as they are proposed in the draft proposed order.
So, Madam Chair, this is Hanley. I think you need to stick with what you have now in the draft proposed order. And if there is an interest in changing those contingencies, I think we need to talk about a different process.
So we stick with the contingencies as are. We don't go to our consultant. And then the question of, does the entire sort of the sort of financial assurance, bond amount, decommissioning kind of amount and details, do we reevaluate that on a every 3-year basis for the entire facility, or do we just leave that for the wind consistent with the Umatilla County Code?
Cindy Condon, for the record, I think a review every 3 years, but maybe does that have to be decided with respect to this application, or can we discuss it further based on maybe the review of a consultant, or if we're going to work with a consultant, can it decide that at that time?
Yeah, I mean, you could, and I think just because we're at this place in this process, if you wanted to apply to this project, it's probably best to put that in now. But if you, sort of at the point where you're like, I'm not sure, and maybe we need to look at this outside of the context of an application, that would be fine as well. I just don't think we probably would then apply it to this project. While you could do it at the final order stage, now is really the time to be making those changes. So to me, I think we would be looking for direction of now for this project, or, likely it wouldn't apply. We would just do that prospectively into the future on other projects.
Cindy Condon, I'm just concerned that maybe the applicant, it might be a surprise, kind of a goalpost change for the applicant. And that gives me pause.
Okay, so then we will just stick with the 3-year related to the wind because of the Umatilla County Code.
Yes.
And then we'll look at it. If we want to do it differently, more broadly for other facilities, we will look at that outside the context of this project.
Have all nodding heads here. Harry, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on. So the next standard is the Fish and Wildlife Standard. And the F6 Fish and Wildlife Standard relies on the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's habitat mitigation goals and standards. The ODFW rules define 6 categories of habitat in order of their value to wildlife. The rules also establish mitigation goals and implementation standards for each habitat category. Under this standard, the council must determine whether the applicant has done an appropriate site-specific studies to characterize fish and wildlife habitat at the site and nearby. If impacts cannot be avoided, the applicant must provide a habitat mitigation plan. The plan must provide for adequate mitigation measures for each category of habitat affected by the proposed facility. So in their analysis in the application, the applicant submitted evidence of a number of inventory surveys that they did for under this standard, and they have identified both temporary and permanent impacts to the site. What is in the DPO is an estimate based upon those surveys. The conditions that we recommended for this standard require that they update those surveys to get a final number of both temporary and permanent impacts. And the temporary impacts will be mitigated through the noxious weed and revegetation plan. The permanent impacts will be mitigated through the habitat mitigation plan. And the applicant has identified 2 suitable sites for a habitat mitigation area off-site. And as a result, we have found that we agree that they have done adequate analysis for the DPO and the conditions that we recommended should take care of that. So I don't know if there are any questions about what we did or how we came up with it, but they'll do their true up before construction and the final numbers will be implemented. So under threatened and endangered, similar standard, the council must seek to avoid harmful impacts to plant and animal species that are identified as threatened or endangered under state law. The applicant must provide appropriate studies of the site to identify threatened or endangered species that could be affected by the proposed facility. If the facility might adversely affect a state-listed threatened or endangered wildlife species, the applicant needs to consult with ODFW. For threatened and endangered plant species, they consult with Oregon Department of Agriculture. Under this standard, if there is a potential risk to the survival or recovery of a threatened or endangered species, the council must require the applicant to redesign or relocate the facility to avoid that risk or propose appropriate mitigation measures. So there were 2 T&E species that were identified through the analysis conducted by the applicant. We had mentioned earlier the Washington ground squirrel and a plant that is known as Lawrence's milk vetch. They're both protected species, and our primary condition under T&E is to require that they conduct a pre-construction habitat survey on the final design. We have also required, and also the applicant has agreed to avoiding all Category 1 habitat. So I think the true up will be on what is Category 1 versus Category 2 through 6. And the commitment to avoid all Category 1 is what we have gone with for this one. So if anyone has any questions about T&E, WAGs, Lawrence milkfish? No? Okay. So for the next standard is scenic resources. Yes.
Sorry. We need to take a 5-minute break, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, everyone. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
All right. So for the record, this is Kathleen Sloan. I'm going to continue on the DPO for Nolan Hills Wind. We're on to the scenic resources standard. The standard is intended to protect scenic resources and values that local land use plans or state, federal, or tribal land management plans identify as significant or important. Under this standard, the council must evaluate whether the proposed facility would have an adverse impact on identified scenic resources. If the proposed facility would affect a scenic resource and those impacts cannot be avoided, council must require the applicant to implement appropriate mitigation measures to reduce those impacts. So, let's see. So the applicant evaluated the potential impacts from construction and operation to scenic resources identified as significant or important. And out of that analysis, they identified 2 scenic resources that the department has felt could have the facility could have potential visual impacts. And so those 2 were more closely evaluated. So the first site I've already mentioned, it's the Echo Meadows site for the Oregon National Trail. Basically, the proposed UEC transmission line would be visible or partially visible from portions of that site. However, the BLM has reviewed the information and has noted that the visual impacts would not be significant and that the methods used to evaluate it are consistent with their own. The other resource would be the Umatilla River. The Umatilla River is based upon distance over 5 miles from the views of the wind turbines, and as a result those turbines would not prominently be featured in the viewshed. For these reasons, the department has not identified a significant impact to scenic resources. We found the applicant's evaluation to be adequate, and we do not recommend any mitigation because we found no significant impact. So the next, is there any questions? Next section? Okay. Going to move on to, I wanted to show you the photo simulation that was submitted as part of the applicant's analysis. So it is a simulated image on the top that just shows from the location within the Echo Meadow site. See those little toothpicks? That would be the visual impact of an upgraded UEC line. There's an existing line there. Ready. So the next standard for review is Council's Historic, Cultural, and Archaeological Resource Standard. So this standard is intended to protect the public interest in preserving historic, cultural, and archaeological resources, including sites listed on or likely eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. Under this standard, council must find that the applicant has conducted appropriate surveys at the proposed site to identify historic, cultural, or archaeological resources. If the project involves construction that would affect an archaeological site, the applicant would need to get a state permit from the State Historic Preservation Office to impact that site or do any work within a site boundary. If previously unidentified sites or objects are discovered during construction, we have a condition that requires the implementation of an inadvertent discovery plan, which will lay out the protocols to be followed to protect those resources. So the applicant conducted numerous, yes.
Chair Grill, this is Perry Chalky.
Go ahead, Perry.
Kate, was the affiliated tribes notified or consulted?
Yes, I'm going to tell you what we did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as part of the review that the applicant did, they conducted a number of surveys, inventories, archival research. They consulted with the SHPO, and they also went to what would, I think, should be acknowledged is they took extra steps to work with the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. CTUIR is the affiliated tribe for this area. Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs deferred to Umatilla for the cultural resources work on this project. The applicant engaged the CTUIR early and consistently, and actually worked with them to complete traditional use studies of the facility. They participated in the field inventory and identification as part of the archaeological survey work that was done. And one of the outcomes of that is that they identified 29 sites that CTUIR has identified as historic properties of religious and cultural significance to them. And they have also entered into a confidential mitigation agreement with the applicant for this proposed facility. The department received a letter from the chair of the CTUIR on this project in which they clearly state that they have participated in all of the consultation with the applicant and the studies, and that all of their concerns, if any, on historic, cultural, or traditional properties have been mitigated through this confidential mitigation agreement. So to answer your question, Perry, CTUIR has been very involved and has actively worked with the applicant and Tetra Tech in the identification and what came out of that in the traditional use studies. So I don't know if you have any more questions, but I can entertain them.
No, I'm okay. Thank you for the information, okay?
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for the question. So the department has made a couple of recommended conditions just to make sure that the representations made in the application are codified in a condition. All known sites where possible will be avoided by the 50-foot avoidance buffer. Additional surveys will be completed as recommended by SHPO to true up the final design. I also wanted to point out that they did work with SHPO on the historic resources component, the built environment. And through those consultations between Odo and the applicant, they completed an initial historic properties inventory. Out of that discussion, the SHPO identified that there were potential visual impacts on some historic properties, historic structures, and through a course of negotiating how we were going to deal with those potential impacts, the applicant prepared and SHPO concurred with the historic resources management plan that is going to be implemented. And part of that implementation of that plan is the intensive documentation of these historic structures. So as part of mitigation for built environment, that intensive documentation, the generation of that additional information on those structures was considered adequate mitigation by SHPO. SHPO has concurred on the built environment. SHPO has agreed that the surveys and the findings to date are adequate. However, they are also wanting to see the final results of the final inventory based on the final design. Does anybody have any more questions under cultural? Okay. So the last standard I'm going to review for today before kicking it over to Kellen is recreation. So under the standard, council needs to decide whether the construction or operation of a proposed facility would adversely affect an important recreational resource at the site or in the surrounding area. The council reviews and considers comments from the local community, management agencies, and local land use authorities when evaluating the importance of a recreational opportunity. And if council finds that there are significant adverse impacts, council may impose conditions to the site certificate to reduce that impact or require the applicant to develop an alternate recreational opportunity in the area. So in their review in the application, the applicant identified a number of potential recreational opportunities. 3 of them are ones that the council found of note. One, again, is the Echo Meadows site. There's also 2 other sites associated with the Oregon National Trail. One is the Coral Springs viewing site, which is located on private property. And the other one is Fort Henrietta Park, which is an area that apparently has an Oregon National Historic Trail component. So again, the only recreational resource that we found that could be impacted by the proposed facility was the potential noise associated with the construction upgrade to the UEC transmission line if that route is selected. Once again, that site is over 1,500 feet away from that site. And the goal of the condition under this that says protected. Oh, okay. We we imposed the condition for protected, but it also covers the potential impact under recreation. And that is to notify BLM, allow them to put up notice to the public, and also implements a reporting response program if there were to be a complaint of construction-related noise during the upgrade of that UEC line. And I do want to point out that's only if that UEC line is selected, because they have two options. So again, it was just showing the visual simulation. There were no other impacts to the other recreational resources identified in the DPO and in the application. So at this point, we're going to turn it over to Kellen, who is going to present on the remainder of the DPO, starting with public services. I think Sarah's going to pass her the football.
Okay, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Let me get my video up here, folks. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Howe, members of the council. I know it is on a late Friday afternoon. It's been a long day, but we are almost there. We're going to get through this, and it's going to be interesting and amazing, but we are almost done. One moment while I get this all tuned up here. All righty. Do you see my public services slide? Yes. Could I get a council member just to do an audio check to make sure that if you have questions that you'll be able, that I can hear you?
This is Chair Grail. We can hear you.
Okay, that's wonderful. Same for the record, Kellen Chardy-Weather, Senior Siting Analyst, Oregon Department of Energy. I'm helped Kate with the DPO and helping out with the presentation here because it's a big haul. Lots to go over, as Sarah mentioned, Kate mentioned, and is consistent with all of our slides. There's a lot of content, and we're trying to really boil it down to things that maybe are interesting or like interesting issues or facility components under each applicable standard. However, if there is anything else that council has like flagged in their review of the DPO that's not part of my presentation, just jump in and ask. I am going to try to move pretty quickly because I know we're just trying to be mindful of time. And I can see you, but everybody's really small. So just jump in and cut me off because I can't see body language. So I'm going to start with the public services standard. Council's public services standard requires an evaluation of potential significant adverse impacts to private and public service providers. My next slide, I'm going to go over the providers that are evaluated underneath the standard. However, the applicant underneath the standard and in the application makes several assumptions to do the evaluation under public services. And one of them is the construction duration, which they say may be up to 2 years, but in the general standard of review, the department recommends a condition there that is very typical for other energy facilities, allotting 3 years for the applicant to begin construction, and then 3 years after construction begins to finish construction. However, this is the assumption that's applied to the public services standard. The facility may be built out in phases, so maybe by facility component or by area or a section. And then under public services, like in a lot of, I think public services more so than, well, same as other standards, as we look at at the maximum impacts, what are the maximum amount of people that are going to be on site working? And the applicant represents that the maximum amount of people could be 500 people on site at one time, or in one period, usually during peak construction, which is during the summer months. They also estimate that about 30% of those of the workers would be hired locally. And so then with that maximum number, that would be approximately 150 workers would be hired locally. And then during operation, they estimate about 10 to 15 operational personnel would be working on the site. So this is a list of the public and private service providers that are evaluated underneath the standard. This is a list of ones that I'm not going to talk about today. The ones I'm focusing on in the presentation is I'm going to talk about public and private providers of traffic, which includes automobiles and air traffic. And I'm going to talk about fire service providers, which are like fire districts. So I'm not going to talk about these, but if you have any questions, we can talk about them. There is overlap in between. I'm going to go over water rights section, and there's overlap with the water service providers. Same thing with the waste minimization section that I'll do. There's overlap with the solid waste management. So not totally skipping everything. So the applicant estimates that of those maximum workers, that there could be, with the workers and delivery trucks and other equipment that would be that would visit the site, that just over 2,000 one-way trips would occur daily during this peak construction. Part of the evaluation of traffic safety, the applicant and the department evaluated the Umatilla County Transportation System Plan, or TSP. And then we also worked with the county, and we did verify that it was last updated in 2002. So it's a little out of date. But what the TSP does provide is it talks about road designations of like bigger highways going down into arterial highways, county roads. And it talks about the conditions of those roads, anticipated construction projects for those roads, and also it gives you estimates of like the traffic counts on those roads. And so that was part of that, and I'll touch later because that information is useful and it's from the county. However, the applicant and the department also used and updated the data and the evaluation for traffic, predominantly based on Oregon Department of Transportation, or ODOT, references. So it was kind of the traffic analysis is kind of a combination of both. This figure here, I think most of us are familiar with this area. The applicant, predominantly for the major highways is going to use I-84 and US 395. And so those are larger roads, generally in good repairable condition, managed by ODOT, receives federal funding, etc. A lot of the evaluation in the draft proposed order focuses on these. It says CR and it has a number. That's a county road. And so these are the county roads. And this is from the application that the applicant is representing, that these are going to be the primary haul routes used inside, for delivery to the facility, particularly this 1350. So this route going from 395 over here to the site boundary is going to be one of the primary haul routes. So in the application, the applicant talks about, makes representations of measures that it will do to, avoid, reduce, or mitigate potential impacts to public and private providers of traffic services, which we look at, which is like the county's road use department. We could also look at like ODOT, people that manage roads. There's a little bit of overlap with some, police services, and the potential for police vehicles to need help navigating certain traffic. But the department compiled all of the discussions into a traffic management plan that's attached to the draft proposed order. So it's a department compiled document of applicant representations. And those, an aspect of the traffic management plan is the applicant's representation that it will execute a road use agreement with the county. And road use agreements are very typical for FSEC projects. And really the road use agreement mechanism is functionally what kind of reconciles the outdated transportation system plan, because part of the road use agreement is that the applicant and the county are going to do a pre-construction inventory where the roads, the primary haul routes that are going to be used are identified, the condition is identified. If any of the roads need to be improved to actually facilitate the construction of the facility. And with the construction vehicles, they would need to be improved prior to construction. And then the roads are monitored during construction. And then after it's done, there's a reconciliation and the roads would be, any damage would be repaired to the existing or better condition. And those are just some of the components of the road use agreement, which is a component of the traffic management plan. I'm going to move on to air traffic. Okay. Also under public services, we look at air traffic service providers. Who is that? Predominantly, we look at airports and people that use navigable airspace. So when we're talking about air traffic, this is a wind facility. And so a lot of what we're looking at are the tall things. So the wind turbines are at 496 feet. We have some Met towers at 266 feet. And there's also various proposed transmission lines and alternative routes that vary from about 100 to 140 feet. This is a table from the draft proposed order that identifies the airports in the analysis area and the distance from the proposed facility. As we all kind of have been visualizing this facility all day, it is, you know, has an odd shape and it's very big and the airports are kind of peppered around. So actually Chris Clark helped generate this table. And just as of note, if we were looking at a map, the direction provided is the direction from the site boundary to the airport location. So of note here, this West Butter Creek is obviously the closest airport. It is a private airport. It's like a runway strip, but it is not a public airport. So part of the application review, and one of our reviewing agencies is the Oregon Department of Aviation, who we also call ODA, which the Oregon Department of Agriculture is also ODA, but in this context, ODA is aviation. And there's also an aspect that an applicant, when we have these tall facility components, is required to engage with the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, but council's reviewing agency is ODA. But we did pretty significant preliminary review of giving, and again, Chris Clark helped with that review as well, but engaging with ODA to do a preliminary assessment of potential impacts to navigable airspace. So that, preliminary assessment was done. So I have a couple conditions here, but the interesting thing is really kind of the FAA guidelines are what dominates here. And they have two criteria of when this form, the 7461, the notice of proposed construction or alteration, this evaluation of when that's triggered. And it's either triggered by the proximity of a facility or facility component to a military or public airport. And that in this context for this facility is 3.8 miles. So that's one trigger of this review. The other one is if you have any facility components that are taller than 200 feet. So as we saw in this slide, there is an airport at 3.4 miles, but it's a private airport. It's not a public or a military. So the first criteria is not triggered. This 7460 review is triggered because we have tall facility components. So the conditions in the DPO are that essentially the applicant is going to resubmit and submit this form to the FAA and ODA, and the results of it, which would likely be a no hazard determination, because also the tallest facility component is still lower than 500 feet. And yeah, those results would be submitted to the department. Under public services, we look at fire protection service providers, which predominantly we look at fire departments. So there are several fire departments within the bigger analysis area, but the two fire departments that would actually serve the facility site boundary is the Echo Rural Fire Protection District and the Umatilla County Fire District Number 1. The applicant provided correspondence from both of those fire districts in its application. And the fire districts do indicate that this facility is located in a high risk zone for wildland fires. Similar to the traffic management plan, the applicant provided and represented a breadth of measures of best management practices to implement during construction to avoid or minimize risk of fires associated with construction activities. And then so the department took those representations and compiled it into what we call a fire prevention, suppression, and emergency management plan, which is attached to the DPO. So part of that plan has a construction component. And then there's also the operational component, because as we are aware, this is a big complex facility. There are facility components generally that have an electrical component. So we have transformers, transmission lines, the battery storage components, the wind turbines. All of these have some electrical component, and there are fire risks associated with them. So in this plan, we basically break out and talk about the potential fire risk from certain facility components and then measures the applicant would do to reduce those risks. The applicant also provides, it's like a table of contents from an existing fire management plan and includes those. And so that basically a finalization of this final plan would include all of the details from the application and then a bigger build out of that table of contents that they provided, which has a hazard risk and vulnerability assessment, training and exercises, information on how that plan itself would be updated. And then it includes tactical response procedures for structural fires, evacuations, medical emergencies, etc. Okay, that was public services. Going on to waste minimization. Okay. Council has a waste minimization standard. It's pretty straightforward. It encourages reducing and recycling waste so that waste actually generated from construction and operated of the facility is as minimal as it possibly could be. Very typical of FSEC energy facilities is a condition that has a construction waste management plan, which functionally provides an updated list of the quantities of waste that will be generated and identifies methods how the applicant will reduce and recycle waste and ultimately dispose of the waste. The disposal sites, and this is that nexus with public services, the disposal sites are Columbia Ridge and Finley Buttes landfill, which over in the application in Exhibit U Public Services, they provide correspondence with both of those landfills that indicate that they have more than sufficient space to handle the estimated waste generated. There's also waste min condition 3, which is related to the potential for concrete washout and whether or not a DEQ exemption, permit exemption would apply to the facility. Further under waste min, which is interesting, right? Because we have a solar facility and a wind facility, and as the operational aspects of that facility, it includes sometimes the solar panels need to be replaced. Sometimes there's wind facility components that would need to be replaced. Replacing these facility components on a cyclic or ongoing basis is part of the operation of the facility. And so these conditions are really intended to make sure that the solar facility components and wind facility components are going to be recycled to the greatest extent practicable. And then ultimately where they're disposed of, the disposal would be in a licensed or certified facility or method. Okay, council has Division 24 we kind of move out of Division 22 of like the standards. Now we're looking at standards that apply to certain types of facilities. And we have a wind facility. So there's the public health and safety standards for wind energy facilities. The impacts or risks that we look at underneath this standard is specific to the wind facility components, but what we look at and are evaluating are structural failures, mechanical failures, fires. We also look at collapsed turbines or a blade throw. The first part of the standard requires the applicant to demonstrate that it can exclude the public from close proximity to the wind turbines and electrical equipment. And so the evaluation and the draft proposed order, says the facility is going to be located on private land. Trespassing is a thing, but the public is generally supposed to stay off of private land. So that in itself is a way of precluding the public access to these facility components. There'd also be fencing and gates. A lot of this depends on what landowner preferences are and where they would want them, but there's going to be fencing and gates, excluding the public. Also, like on the wind turbine doors, they would be locked, and the substation is going to be fenced. And then there's also for the wind turbines, there's setbacks from public roads, which is talked more under the land use section. The second part of this standard requires the applicant to demonstrate that it can operate the facility to prevent structural failures. And also there's this component that requires safety devices and testing procedures. And this was kind of a cool condition to work on because I think that we have a really interesting condition here to help the department track when there's issues, and also if there is an issue with the wind facility component, the reporting aspect and understanding better why something went wrong. So this condition 1, just to save you from reading that whole long thing. So we're recommending that it be required to develop and implement an operational safety monitoring program. This operational safety monitoring program includes elements such as conducting inspections and testing of the wind facility components consistent with the manufacturer recommendations, but also best engineering practices. And then maintaining records of those inspections and tests. Those records would be made available to the department upon request. And then those results would also be provided in the annual report that is also submitted. I thought that I had another, oops, oh my gosh, what happened? Where'd it go? Oh gosh. Nope. Okay, that was it. Okay, and then there's also part of this also is if there is actually an event, the reporting requirements and what we look for to be included in that as well. And now moving on to the cumulative effects standard, which is the other standard that applies specifically to wind energy facilities, requires the applicant to design and construct the facility to reduce cumulative adverse environmental impacts, including but not limited to the list of items that you see here. So really the emphasis is using existing roads to the maximum extent practicable, using existing substations. We're minimizing the amount of substations, constructing the facility to avoid impacts to wildlife, minimum lighting. This standard is limited to environmental effects that an applicant is capable of reducing and does not require the council to find that a wind energy facility has no cumulative environmental impacts. And so under this section in the DPO, and I'm sure a lot of this kind of looks familiar to council members, but we point to or reroute to findings of facts and recommendations in other sections that really focus in on this specifically, like reducing risk to wildlife. We kind of reroute to the Fish and Wildlife section. The minimum light necessary for safety and security purposes. Lighting's talked about in scenic and protected areas and same thing with the visual features, under visual features, but ultimately The FAA is the agency that determines the lighting for the wind facility structures and those Met towers. And so that for like those for the wind facility components, that is the lighting that's necessary for safety and security. And that's talked about under the public services traffic safety. However, to be consistent with the standard, we do recommend this condition 2 underneath the standard, which really requests and it requires the applicant to really take a look at existing roads, understand what existing roads are on within the site boundary, what could they use, and then basically to provide a map set to demonstrate that that for the new roads, that those new roads do avoid resources that are protected under council standards. This is going to be a fast one. Citing standards for transmission lines. We've kind of talked about the various transmission line routes and alternatives, but there are several transmission line components, including the collector lines. Citing standards for transmission lines has a 9 kilovolt per meter at 1 meter above ground surface. An area is accessible to the public. That is the standard. Here's a table from the DPO. All of these numbers are less than 9. It meets the standard. We recommend the standards met. Okay. All right. Everybody doing okay? All right. We're almost there. You're doing great. Okay. Noise control regulations gets a little bit complicated, but I'm going to try to keep it not simple, but just straightforward and easy to understand. I'm going to try it. So these are other applicable regulatory requirements under council's jurisdiction. So the noise control regulations are actually rules that fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Environmental Quality, but DEQ does not administer or fund this program. So DEQ is like not helpful. However, these rules are on the books. So that's why council evaluates DEQ's noise rules, because they are applicable rules to the facility. In DEQ noise rules, we look at the rules that are specific to industry and commerce to apply and evaluate a noise assessment for large energy facilities. Also underneath those noise rules, and the vast majority of the noise analysis is all about the potential noise at what are called noise sensitive properties. So they're noise sensitive properties. We also call them NSRs, noise sensitive receptors. I'm going to call them NSRs, a noise sensitive receptor. You can kind of see them in the map. Here's an NSR, and there's one. These are all NSRs. NSRs are basically houses. They're places normally used for sleeping. So that's some terminology. Quick cut is that there's 2 standards that are really are looked at and evaluated. One of them is the maximum allowable noise, and that's 50 dBA. That is the maximum that your energy facility can generate without not meeting that standard. The other one is an ambient noise degradation standard, and this is where an energy facility in any 1 hour cannot increase the ambient noise level by 10 dBA. So it has to be 10 or lower to meet the standard. So those are the two standards that are evaluated. Another interesting thing with this is that we are talking about a wind facility, and the DEQ noise rules does have a carve out and kind of specific rules for wind facilities, and some of the aspects that maybe differ from if we were just looking at a transmission line or a solar facility is that what differs for wind facilities are some assumptions you can make about baseline or ambient noise measurements. And then if there is an exceedance of one of these noise standards, that there's a waiver process in that too. Those are just some of those differences. So so the maximum allowable, the 50 dBA, we meet that standard. Okay, but the ambient degradation standard, there are 8 NSRs where there is an expected, based on the modeling and all of the assumptions and the methodology, that it looks like the facility would exceed the anti-ambient degradation standard of that 10 dBA in 1 hour. So the department's recommending noise control condition 1, which requires, based on final design and what are you building out there, they're going to rerun their noise analysis and submit it. They're also going to provide the specs for all the noise generating equipment so we can verify that the inputs into the noise assessment are accurate. And then, as I had mentioned, for the wind facility DEQ noise rules, there is a noise waiver. So an applicant can go to landowners and get a waiver from those landowners, or get into compliance with the rules. And then the second condition relates to a noise system to address noise or a complaint system for noise complaints. Okay, the other set of rules and statutes that are managed by the Oregon Department of State Lands, or a DSL, are the rules and statutes that apply to removal fill. On removal fill, what we're focusing on here in potential impacts to wetlands and waters of the state. The threshold that is evaluated is 50 cubic yards of removal fill. In a wetland or water of the state, that is the trigger for a removal fill permit. And DSL also reviews wetland delineations, which confirm the boundaries of wetlands and waters of the state. The applicant did do lots of wetland delineations. They delineated the vast majority of a micrositing area within the site boundary. However, they did not get to about 550 acres associated with the transmission line due to site access issues. So, however, with what they did delineate in the other areas, DSL did confirm, we do have, they're called concurrence letters, where DSL does concur on the presence of wetlands. So, but because we have this other area that was not surveyed, so we have removal fill conditions, and one of them is go and survey that area, submit it to DSL, get your concurrence, and then once all of the wetland delineations are done and we know where everything's out based on your final design, is there going to be 50 cubic yards or more of removal fill? They're saying right now that there will not be, and to protect that representation, we also have this 50-foot buffer around wetlands or waters of the state. But based on the final placement and final wetlands, if indeed a removal fill permit is needed, they would have to submit that through an amendment if the applicant's doing it, or they could have their third-party contractor get it. But that's what that says. Okay, all right. So water rights. This table is from the DPO. The applicant provided a monthly water usage, which was about 4 million gallons a month. And we converted that into that's associated with the construction period, but also down into a daily water usage. This is kind of helpful because under water rights, what we're looking at is, do they need a limited license? Do they need a water transfer? Do they need a water right to construct and operate this facility? Those rules and statutes are administered by Oregon Water Resource Department. But having a daily usage corresponds also, when you look at water use permits, a lot of times they talk about daily extractions and totals. As we can see from this table, it's a lot of water, and predominantly the biggest use of water is for dust control and road construction. Just that's where then this is just construction. There would be water use that's associated with operation. Predominantly it is washing the solar panels. And so there would be water. We'll go to operation, then I'll go back to construction. At the operation and maintenance building, they are representing that they're going to install an on-site well, and under Water Resource Department rules, those wells can be exempt from a permit if they don't exceed, if it or they combined do not exceed 5,000 gallons of water per day. So there's a condition for that. And then construction water, they're representing that they would get the water from the cities of Pendleton, Hermiston, and Echo. And this is that nexus with public services as well. The applicant provided letters from them, but the department also reached back out to these, the water departments to kind of confirm totals and ask about water permit information. And I think 2 of them responded. So, and they represented that they do have adequate water to supply for construction of an operation of the facility. So conditions 1 through 3 basically relate to confirming the water uses and whether or not they need a water right or a water transfer, and that these municipalities have sufficient water to supply the facility. Thank you.
Good job, Kellen.
So I went over a lot pretty quickly. Does council have any questions about any of those?
Anyone have any questions at this time? We probably already asked a lot of questions previously, Kellen.
That's totally okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll pass it over to council.
Thank you.
And Sarah, you want me to pass it? I'm gonna stop screen sharing. So if somebody else wants to put their council deliberation up, that'd be great.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the council's review of all the different standards is done. Sarah has drafted 2 conditions based upon the organizational expertise and the goal exception as starting points. This isn't intended really to be the final language, but hearing from council, she was able to come up with 2 good draft, I think, sets of conditions for you to take a look at to see if we're in the ballpark.
Okay.
Do you like me to read it or can you see it?
See it.
I think it's visible. Does everyone see it? We can all see it. Thanks. Cindy?
Cindy Conant for the record. So just, I want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. So, such as a parent company guarantee or similar legal conveyance demonstrating that the certificate holder's parent company provides a firm commitment that it has the organizational expertise. What is it?
The parent company.
Okay, that the parent company has the organizational percent. Okay, so there's no doubt in my mind that the parent company has the organizational expertise and financial resources. It's that the applicant, the certificate holder, will have access to that. It belongs to the applicant as well. I guess it's the way the guarantee is written that that would provide evidence of that, but I want to make it really clear. There's no doubt that Capital Power has. It's that Nolan Hills has access to that expertise to make sure they build, design, build, and operate.
Record, Todd Cornett. So thank you for the feedback. And again, this is meant to be not the final version, but a starting point. We definitely want to make sure that we run this by Patrick as well to get his input on it and probably think through a little more on our own and then chop it out again to you. So, but it was, I think, good in a very short period of time for Sarah to come up with some very good starting language. But that's exactly the kind of feedback that we want is, you know, what else is in here or what else would you like to see in here that's not?
Yeah, thank you. I think is a great start. I just don't want somebody 20 years later going back to this and saying, well, who is it really? So I think I made it clear.
Need the balance generating portfolio. Concerned of what that might mean.
About the commercial viability either. That's
Well,
up to the applicant. They're not going to do it if it's not commercially viable, are they?
So what I think Sarah's trying to get at here with the commercial viability is that it's more than one turbine. I think we're gonna have to look to Patrick for some help on that. Okay. But I think you know what the intent is that
Well, thank you for your effort, Sarah. I think you got a great start and it looks like you delivered under the gun as usual. So thank you.
So, this is Cindy. I do just have a quick question. So in that, the final design shall include, so we get to the end and it's when, or a component, one of the components is not commercially viable. And so the site certificate holder says we can't go forward. I mean, yeah, we did our solar, but or we did our wind, we're not going to do our, whatever the thing is. So it doesn't meet the expectation that it will be a combined facility. So what is the upshot of that?
And just for the record, Todd Cornett. So the condition is related to the goal exception. So for the solar, and the solar is relying upon the wind. The wind is not relying upon the solar necessarily. So we probably also need to think about that they, if they wanted to, they could build the wind without the solar. They just can't build the solar without the wind because that's an integral part of the goal exception.
Yeah. Yeah, but so if they just do the solar, we're at the end. I mean, they can't say, sorry, it's not commercially viable, which we have in the second paragraph. And so we can't do that. Just how do those come together?
Yeah, I think we probably just need to spend some more time thinking through it as well. So again, the intent was to get something on paper, again, very quickly under the gun. And, you know, I think good for some initial kind of thoughts. And I think just these thoughts are helpful as well. But I don't think we'll probably come to a conclusion today.
It's always easy to start with something. So thank you,
Yeah.
Sarah.
I would just offer that the like general intent of a pre-construction condition is you can't go forward into construction until the pre-construction is satisfied. So you can't start any piece of the solar until you've satisfied AB is the intent of that, how that would work. Okay, thank you for your input. We'll see what we can do. Patrick, I'll call you right away.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you to everyone for, this was a long day and staff did a great job delivering on a very lengthy topic. Thank you to the applicants for being here as well. Todd, is there anything else? Anyone have anything else? Well, with that said, the time is now 4:21 and the June 23rd, 24th, 2022 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.